Chapter 1179. The self-destruction of a 7-star combat emperor was terrifying. It was no exaggeration to say that even a 9-star combat emperor would not be able to escape death. But the inner demons was not nervous at all. Swish. In an instant. He disappeared in the void. Saint Monkey sighed, it's no problem to use self-destruction to kill others, but it won't work on Qin Feiyang. Yes. Dong Qing nodded. Qin Feiyang had the castle. Even if all of them self-destructed together, it would not be a threat to him. Of course. Everyone understood that the black-clothed old man's self-destruction was not to kill Qin Feiyang, but to buy time for his companions to escape. Elder Wu, don't worry, you won't die in vain. The old woman and the others who had fled to the distance looked back at the place where the black-clothed old man had self-destructed, their eyes flashing with hatred. Return to the imperial capital immediately and report this to His Majesty. The old woman opened a portal. The imperial preceptor was restrained by Ren Duxing and could not protect himself, so they could only leave the Magic Dragon mountain range and return to the imperial capital to get reinforcements. Seeing this, Saint Monkey's expression changed, and he shouted, "We can't let them leave, otherwise when the reinforcements from the imperial capital arrive, not only will Qin Feiyang be in danger, but we will also be in trouble. Don't worry, Qin Feiyang will not let them return to the imperial capital alive. Right now, what I'm worried about is that after we kill those law enforcers, Qin Feiyang might also kill us." Dong Qing said worriedly. Saint Eagle said, "Don't panic, act according to the situation." During the conversation, the old woman and the others had already entered the portal. At this time, the inner demons also appeared. He stood on the broken ground below, looking at the portal in the distance, his eyes flickering. It was definitely too late to intercept them now. But it was impossible to slip away from his hands. Swish. He waved his hand, opened a portal, and walked in without looking back. When the portal dissipated, Dong Qing and the 4 saint beasts breathed a sigh of relief. Dong Qing said, "He must have gone to intercept those 9 people. What should we do now?" Sage Monkey said in a deep voice, "Let's find a place to hide first. When His Majesty kills the Imperial Preceptor, we won't have to be afraid of him anymore." 1 man and 4 beasts immediately soared into the sky, and rushed towards a forest. They had been scared out of their wits by the inner demons. Without Ren Duxing, they didn't dare to face the inner demons. In the sky above the capital of He State, whoosh, a blood-red figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than the inner demons, Qin Feiyang. Surging murderous aura covered the sky and covered the earth. The entire city was immediately engulfed in a sea of killing intent. Everyone was alarmed and terrified. Everyone was in danger. Who? A loud shout was heard. A black-clothed young man flew into the sky with a serious expression on his face. It was precisely Tan Wu. After parting ways with Qin Feiyang, he went straight back to the city to visit his friends and family. At this very moment, he was drinking with some friends in a restaurant. However, he did not expect that a murderous aura would suddenly descend. This murderous aura made even him feel fear. However, when he flew into the sky and saw Qin Feiyang, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Was this Qin Feiyang? The inner demons said telepathically, "Give me the coordinates of the teleportation altar from He State to the imperial capital immediately." Tan Wu was surprised. "Cut the crap, hurry up." The inner demons thought to himself, a bloody light surging in his eyes. Tan Wu's eyes flashed, and he immediately gave the inner demons the coordinates secretly. The inner demons also immediately opened the teleportation portal and walked in. What a terrifying murderous aura. Is he Qin Feiyang? Why is he different from the last time he appeared? 5 or 6 young men and women flew into the sky and stood beside Tan Wu, asking with lingering fear. Tan Wu shook his head. The Qin Feiyang who had just appeared, except for the same face, was completely different from the Qin Feiyang of the past. Therefore, he couldn't be sure. A young woman asked, "Then what did he come to the city for?" Tan Wu said, "I don't know. He left without saying a word." Now, he definitely had to cut ties with Qin Feiyang, otherwise, a disaster would befall him. In a canyon, A white-haired old man and a middle-aged man stood side by side on a mountain peak, looking a little upset. These two people. The white-haired old man was Tan Wu's master, the previous mansion master. The middle-aged man was the current mansion master. And the one who made them upset was Qin Feiyang. They couldn't understand why Qin Feiyang suddenly came to their estate. Swish. Suddenly, 9 bloody figures appeared. It was the old woman and the others. What happened? Seeing the 9 people, the 2 men's faces changed, and they hurried to greet them. How could the old woman and the others have the mood to pay attention to them now? After appearing, they immediately rushed down. In the middle of the canyon, there was a small wooden house, and the teleportation altar was under this small wooden house. The 9 people rushed into the small wooden house one after another. What's the situation? The white-haired old man and the middle-aged man stood above the canyon, looking at each other. Under the small wooden house, there was a secret room. The teleportation altar stood in the middle of the secret room, emitting a cold luster. The old woman and the others entered the secret room, looked at each other, and immediately activated their battle chi to revive the teleportation altar. Boom! Just as the teleportation altar was being revived, a shocking murderous aura suddenly descended above the canyon. Not good. He's chasing us. The 9 people's faces changed. Go up quickly, the old woman shouted. The 9 people quickly jumped onto the teleportation altar, and the inner demons were also roaring. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Just as they were about to be teleported away, a terrifying dragon aura spread over the canyon. The inner demons stood above the canyon, and above their heads, the divine dragon seal shone brightly. Not far away, the white-haired old man and the middle-aged man felt the terrifying divine aura, and their bodies trembled, and their faces turned pale. People like them, when had they ever seen a divine art? So they were scared silly. And Qin Feiyang's current appearance, as well as the murderous aura all over his body, made them extremely terrified. Destroy. In the blink of an eye, the inner demons glanced at the canyon below and spat out 2 words coldly. Rumble. The divine dragon seal instantly carried a destructive aura and blasted into the canyon. With a loud bang, the entire canyon was instantly turned into ashes, including the small wooden house and the secret room. The old woman and the others, who were about to be teleported away, were sent flying, and blood spurted out of their mouth. No, they were in despair. They were so close to returning to the imperial capital, but now they could only watch as the teleportation altar was getting further and further away from them. They were filled with hatred. Qin Feiyang, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The old woman roared, and her physical body suddenly exploded. Seeing this, the other 8 people smiled miserably and self-destructed their physical bodies as well. 9 7-star combat emperors self-destructed at the same time, and it was not a joke. Even the inner demons did not dare to take any chances. He immediately turned around and dashed toward the white-haired old man and the middle-aged man. If he did not take action, these 2 people would definitely die. When he arrived in front of the 2 of them, he grabbed their shoulders and instantly disappeared without a trace. Rumble. Crack. That terrifying airwave swept across heaven and earth. The mountains and rivers shattered, and the earth collapsed. This was a scene of misery and suffering. Even the capital of his state could feel the destructive aura. Only the teleportation altar was like a stubborn stone. No matter how big the impact was, it was not damaged at all. Inside the ancient castle, the inner demons lowered his head and crossed his arms in front of his chest, as if he was thinking about something. The white-haired old man and the middle-aged man still had a terrified look on their faces. They had never seen such a scene in their lives. Therefore, it was difficult for them to calm down in a short period of time. Time passed quietly. The storm outside gradually calmed down. Master, Mansion Master, where are you? Suddenly, an anxious shout could be heard in the castle. The inner demons finally raised his head, glanced at the white-haired old man and the middle-aged man, and then left the ancient castle. He immediately saw Tan Wu standing alone in the sky, his face full of anxiety. Tan Wu also sensed the inner demon's aura at the first moment. He immediately rushed to the front of the inner demons, grabbed the inner demon's clothes, and roared, "Why are you doing this? What do you mean? The inner demons raised his eyebrows. You were the only one who came here previously. If you didn't do all of this, who did it? Tell me immediately, have you already killed my master and the mansion master? Tan Wu roared, his eyes bloodshot. It could be seen that he cared a lot about the white-haired old man and the middle-aged man. The inner demons said expressionlessly, if I say that I've already killed them, what do you want? Tan Wu's face turned pale as he roared hysterically, what did they do wrong? Why are you treating them like this? Answer my question, the inner demons shouted with a majesty that could not be defied. Tan Wu said word by word, if you really killed them, I definitely won't let it go, even though old Senior Qin has groomed me. Not bad, you have a backbone. The inner demons nodded. With a wave of his hand, the white-robed old man and the middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. Master! Mansion Master! Seeing the two of them appear unscathed, Tan Wu could not help but be stunned. You have to thank me. If not for me, they would already be dead. The inner demons smiled coldly. Then, he opened the teleportation gate and left without looking back. Tan Wu glanced at the teleportation gate, turned to look at the white-haired old man, and asked, Master, what's going on? The two of them were still in a daze. Master! Tan Wu shouted loudly. The white-haired old man's body trembled before he came back to his senses. He looked at Tan Wu and said, Why are you here? Tan Wu said, Just now, I was in the state capital and sensed a very terrifying destructive fluctuation coming from here, so I rushed over to take a look. What exactly happened? It's Qin Feiyang. His chasing after the enforcers of the temple. Those 9 enforcers even self-destructed. The white-haired old man whispered. At the thought of Qin Feiyang's methods back then, he could not help but tremble. His old face was also filled with fear that could not be resolved. Chasing after enforcers, self-destructing. When Tan Wu heard this, his brows furrowed tightly together. But very soon, he thought of a rough idea. After all, he knew many things and it was not hard to imagine. However, he was truly shocked in his heart. Not only did he chase after the enforcers of the inner hall, he even forced them to self-destruct their bodies. When did this guy possess such tyrannical strength? Suddenly, the white-haired old man looked at Tan Wu and said suspiciously, Just now, I seem to have vaguely heard you say that someone has nurtured you. What's going on? Tan Wu's heart skipped a beat. Seeing this, a deep sense of uneasiness surged in the white-haired old man's heart as he said in a deep voice, Are you colluding with Qin Feiyang? No, no. Tan Wu hurriedly waved his hands. If not, why did he save us? The white-haired old man frowned. This question, Tan Wu's brows furrowed tightly. He really did not know how to answer. The white-haired old man said, I want to hear the truth. The middle-aged man also looked at Tan Wu with a serious expression. Tan Wu rubbed his head and looked at the two of them. These things are very complicated and difficult to explain clearly. In short, you have to remember that everything that you saw today must be buried in your stomachs forever. Otherwise, at this point, Tan Wu's gaze darkened slightly. Otherwise what? The two of them looked at him nervously. Tan Wu said, Otherwise, when Qin Feiyang comes to kill you, even I won't be able to stop him. The two of them trembled. Tan Wu continued, Also, the people from the capital will definitely come to interrogate you. At that time, no matter what they ask, you have to say that you don't know. All right. The two of them nodded. Tan Wu glanced at the two of them and raised his head, looking in the direction of the demonic Dragon Mountain range. Chapter 1180. At the same time, the hinterland of the magic Dragon Mountain range, Ren Duxing and the Imperial Preceptor were locked in a fierce battle, and divine blood was sprinkled all over the sky. The battle between the two had reached its climax. The divine might swept in all directions, shattering the earth and shaking the sky. And somewhere in the void 1,000 miles away, a blood-colored figure appeared out of thin air. It was the inner demons. He looked up at the sky and laughed sinisterly. Fight, fight to your heart's content. After killing those small fries, I'll come and collect your corpses. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the inner demons. He retracted his gaze and scanned the surrounding mountains and rivers, looking for traces of Dongqing and the 4 sacred beasts. The law enforcers of the inner hall had been wiped out, and now it was naturally Dongqing and the others' turn. Moreover, compared to those law enforcers, he wanted to kill Dongqing and the 4 sacred beasts more. Did they run away? But can you run away? Not finding any trace of Dongqing and the others nearby, the inner demons smiled sinisterly. With a slight thought, Wolf King appeared out of thin air. The inner demons said, "Track their scent." Wolf King closed his eyes and searched carefully. As soon as he opened his eyes, a bright light shot out. Obviously, he had already tracked the scent of Dongqing and the 4 sacred beasts. But just as he was about to speak, the inner demons waved his hand and said, "Wait." Wolf King looked at him in confusion. The inner demons waved his hand and activated the concealment technique. 1 man and 1 wolf instantly disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Wolf King was even more puzzled. Let's not talk about Dongqing first, let's talk about the 4 sacred beasts. They are all old monsters who have lived for tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Naturally, they are not stupid. Now, they must be hiding somewhere, watching us. If they see us looking for them, what do you think they will do? The inner demons asked. Wolf King said, "Is there a need to ask? They will definitely escape from the Magic Dragon Mountain range immediately. Yes. Although I don't know where they are hiding now, they must be a little far away from us. If they open the portal and leave now, we won't be able to stop them." The inner demons sneered. "I see. So you activated the concealment art to deceive their eyes, so that they wouldn't be able to guess what we were trying to do," Wolf King said in realization. "That's right." The inner demons nodded. Wolf King's pupils contracted. Although these guys were inner demons, sometimes, they were even more terrifying than Qin Feiyang himself. The inner demons sneered, "Let's settle old and new scores with them today. Let's go." Wolf King's eyes also flashed with a cold light. Simultaneously, 200 or 300 meters away, there was a desolate valley. The valley was not very big, but the mountains on all sides were very majestic. At this moment, Dongqing and the 4 sacred beasts were standing on top of a mountain on the right side of the valley, watching the inner demons and Wolf King from afar. But suddenly, seeing the inner demons and Wolf King disappear, Dongqing's heart skipped a beat. "Where did they go?" The sage monkey said, "That goes without saying. He must have gone to the castle." "No." Dongqing shook her head. "What do you mean?" The sage monkey frowned. Dongqing said in a deep voice, "If I didn't go to Iron Ox Town, I would think so too. But now, it's hard to say." Iron Ox Town? The 4 sacred beasts were suspicious. "I remember that when I was chasing after Zhongjin, he also suddenly disappeared. We all thought that he went to the castle, but we didn't expect that in the next moment, he actually appeared in front of Zhongjin." Dongqing said, "There's such a thing." The 4 sacred beasts' faces changed. "Yes." Dongqing nodded, then frowned and said, "I'm thinking, can his castle be moved now?" The 4 sacred beasts looked at each other. Not good. Suddenly, Dongqing's face suddenly changed, and she shouted, "Let's leave the Magic Dragon Mountain range." "Leave?" The 4 sacred beasts were stunned. "That's right. You saw it just now." Before Qin Feiyang disappeared, Ruffian Wolf appeared. Dongqing said, "Yes. Is there a problem?" The 4 sacred beasts were puzzled. This is a big problem because Ruffian Wolf has the ability to track scent. It appeared just now. Maybe it was tracking our scent. If that's the case, then Qin Feiyang's disappearance is deliberately to deceive us, so that we don't know what he wants to do. Maybe he's already in front of us now. Dongqing scanned the void in front of her, and her eyes became incomparably sharp. Hearing this, the 4 sacred beasts' hair stood on end. Their eyes were full of vigilance as they scanned the void around them. If it was the previous Qin Feiyang, even if he stood in front of them, they would not be afraid. However, the current Qin Feiyang was too scary. Even if they had the body of a pseudo-god, they did not dare to be careless. The more they thought about it, the more flustered and scared they became. The sacred monkey shouted, "Leave the Magic Dragon Mountain range immediately." Dongqing took out a portal and quickly opened it. The 4 sacred beasts immediately turned around and rushed into the portal as if they were running for their lives. Just as they were about to be teleported away, a terrifying murderous aura emerged, and the portal instantly shattered. Dongqing and the 4 sacred beasts immediately fell out of the shattered portal, but without any delay, they immediately gathered together, back to back, looking nervously at the void. The void was still empty. Dongqing, I found that I really underestimated you in the past. You can actually guess my intentions. Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded. Dongqing's face sank, and she shouted, "Don't pretend to be mysterious, get out here, as you wish." The inner demon snickered. The next moment, the inner demons and Wolf King both appeared in the void in front of them, only 3 or 4 meters away from them. "How is it?" Wolf King grinned. "What do you mean?" Dongqing said in a deep voice. Wolf King laughed and said, "The feeling of seeing hope, but instantly falling into despair." "How is it?" Dongqing said gloomily, "You did it on purpose." "Yes. In fact, we have been standing here for a long time. The reason why we didn't kill you immediately is to let you think that you can leave the Magic Dragon Mountain range alive," Wolf King said. Dongqing's eyes were gloomy. Boom. The 4 sacred beasts suddenly went berserk and pounced toward the Wolf King. As for the current Qin Fei Yang, they did not have the slightest bit of certainty. Thus, they shifted their target to the ingrate. The white-eyed wolf was just a battle saint. With their strength, it would be easy to take down the white-eyed wolf. As long as they could take down the white-eyed wolf, Qin Fei Yang would naturally submit. But what they didn't know was that the one controlling this body was the inner demons. Even if they captured the white-eyed wolf, the inner demons would not hesitate. Moreover, the inner demons would not give them the chance. Boom. He took a step forward and stood in front of the Wolf King. His surging aura roared. He didn't even make a move. With just a wave of his aura, the 4 sacred beasts and Dongqing were sent flying, crashing into a group of rocks behind them. Dongqing was even worse. Although her cultivation had already stepped into the War King, her physical body was far inferior to the 4 sacred beasts. After all, no matter what, the bodies of the 4 sacred beasts were all pseudogods. This level of impact would at most cause them pain for a while, but it wouldn't cause them any real damage. However, Dongqing, facing Qin Fei Yang's current aura, was immediately covered in blood. "Let's split up." She got up in a sorry state and gloomily looked at Qin Fei Yang and Wolf King. Then, she shouted at the 4 sacred beasts and turned around to escape. The 4 sacred beasts looked at each other and immediately turned into a stream of light, fleeing in 4 different directions. If they split up and escaped, if they were lucky, 1 or 2 of them might be able to escape. If they were to escape together, there was no doubt that they would all be wiped out. However, the idea was good, but the reality was cruel. The inner demon's body shook, and the Emperor's aura roared out, rushing toward the woman and the 4 sacred beasts. In the blink of an eye, the woman and the 4 sacred beasts were imprisoned in the void. "Break for me." Dongqing roared and instantly broke the restraint of the pressure and continued to escape. Roar. Chirp. The 4 sacred beasts roared again and again, forcibly breaking through the pressure. The inner demons was slightly stunned. Then, he patted his forehead and shook his head. "I forgot that you have all opened the gate of potential." Dongqing must have opened the 7th level of the gate of potential. As for the 4 sacred beasts, it was even more impossible for Qin Fei Yang to imprison them with his current aura. After all, they were pseudogods. Moreover, they had followed Mu Tianyang for a long time. They must have opened the gate of potential long ago. They might even have opened the 8th level. The inner demons waved his hand, and Yang Wei, Viper, and Dan Wangcai appeared. Then, the inner demons looked at the 3 of them and said indifferently, "Pick one, I will take care of the rest." Whether it was his eyes or his posture, they were full of disdain for Dongqing and the 4 sacred beasts. Yang Wei glanced at the woman and the 4 sacred beasts, and his gaze locked onto Dongqing. Because the last time in the ruins, he and Dongqing had not determined the winner. Whoosh! Immediately, he used the 9 steps of the heavenly demon and chased after Dongqing. Dan Wangcai's opponent was the sacred eagle. As for Viper, he naturally chose the sacred python. The reason was very simple. The sacred python was an old poisonous creature. The inner demons glanced at the three of them and laughed. Then the sacred lion and the sacred monkey are my opponents. Leave the sacred lion to me, Wolf King suddenly said. The inner demons was startled. Wolf King said confidently, although my cultivation is not as good as it, I am still confident that I can restrain it. That's fine. The inner demons nodded. Boom. Wolf King activated the Berserker's fury and instantly turned into a muscular wolf. His aura soared as he used the void escape step and rushed towards the sacred lion. Not bad. It's about to grow up. The inner demons glanced at the backs of Wolf King and Yang Wei, and a rare smile crept onto his face. Whoosh. Following closely. His gaze turned cold as he took a step forward and chased after the sacred monkey like lightning. The sacred monkey's cultivation had already recovered to the level of a 3-star combat emperor. With the perfect support technique, its speed was comparable to a 7-star combat emperor. However, Qin Feiyang's cultivation had already reached the level of a 7-star combat emperor under the buff of the soaring dragon art. So, when he activated the phantom steps, he appeared in front of the sacred monkey in less than 10 breaths. Seeing this, the sacred monkey's pupils constricted as it immediately turned in the air and fled in another direction. The inner demons shook his head and laughed mockingly. He took a step forward and stood in front of the sacred monkey again. The sacred monkey didn't dare to fight. It tried its best to escape, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get rid of the inner demons. The inner demons teased, "A dignified fake god can only run for your life now. Do you feel especially aggrieved?" "Shut up." The sacred monkey roared. "When you were at your peak, you probably wouldn't even look at someone as weak as me, right? Actually, I didn't expect that there would be such a day where I would force a fake god to jump up and down. I feel that even if I die now, it's worth it." The inner demons chuckled and continued to torture the sacred monkey's heart. Chapter 1181. Bastard, I'll kill you. The holy monkey exploded. It stopped running away. With a roar, it turned around and swung its millstone-sized fists at the inner demons. The inner demons sneered and stepped forward to counter with a palm. Boom. The fists and palms met. The holy monkey was sent flying and crashed into the ground. With a loud boom, a deep pit appeared. But it immediately got up and rushed into the sky, laughing. "I have the body of a false god. With your strength, you'll never be able to kill me. Do you understand?" After saying that, it waved its fists and its battle aura was like a waterfall. 2 huge fists flew across the sky, exuding a shocking divine power. Divine art. The inner demons narrowed its eyes. Hihi, as a former false god, is it strange to have a divine art? Go to hell. The holy monkey laughed angrily. The 2 huge fists shook violently in the void, exuding a destructive power, and blasted toward the inner demons. So what if I have a divine art? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. The inner demons smiled disdainfully and raised its hand to slap the fists. A golden light surged out and covered the sky. It was dazzling. Boom. When the golden light and the 2 huge fists collided, the 2 huge fists suddenly changed sides and blasted the holy monkey's huge body like 2 mountains. Ah! The holy monkey screamed in pain and was blasted into the ground again. However, its divine body was too strong. Even after such a terrifying impact, it was not injured at all. It jumped up and looked at Qin Feiyang, laughing. "I have a divine body. You can't kill me. Instead, you will be exhausted to death by me." Clang. However, before it finished speaking, an ear-piercing sound resounded in the sky. The holy monkey looked in the direction of the sound. The arrogance on its face disappeared and was replaced by fear. A dagger was floating in front of the inner demons. The dagger was pure white, like a peerless jade. It was very beautiful, but no one dared to look down on such a dagger. Because it was Chang Shui. The inner demons grabbed Chang Shui and said playfully, "Now, let's see if your skin is tougher or if my Chang Shui is sharper." Finished speaking, he turned into a streak of light and charged towards the saint monkey. The monkey's expression changed. One had to know. This dagger could easily cut through Mu Qianyang's divine bones, let alone a mere false god's body. It turned around and fled. The arrogance from before was gone, leaving only fear in his heart. But with its current speed, how could it escape the pursuit of the inner demons? However, the inner demons did not kill it directly. He chased after it and waved the Chang Shui. Suddenly, blood gushed out, and a wound appeared on the saint monkey's back. Blood was gushing out. This is the blood of a false god. Don't waste it. The inner demons quickly used the kill formula, and the blood flowed towards his glabella. When the blood was absorbed by the kill symbol art, he couldn't help but be startled. He found that the blood did not disappear after being absorbed by the kill formula. Instead, it was transformed into a pure energy and flowed into his body. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the energy was strengthening his body. He even found that his cultivation was increasing little by little. Although the increase was not obvious, it was there. In other words, the blood could not only strengthen his body, but also increase his cultivation. This discovery made him wild with joy. He never expected that the blood of a false god would have such a wonderful effect. Suddenly, he thought of another question. Since the blood had such an effect, wouldn't the saint monkey's flesh and blood be even more effective? He raised his head and looked at the saint monkey that was running away frantically. A bright smile appeared on his face. He had not tasted the flesh and blood of a divine beast. Whoosh! He used the phantom steps and caught up with the saint monkey in the blink of an eye. He slashed down and a piece of divine beast meat fell. The inner demons grabbed the divine beast meat and then took out the nether devil flame. He chased after the saint monkey while roasting the divine beast meat. Very soon, the aroma of roasted meat spread out. The aroma of the divine beast meat was more fragrant than the meat of ordinary beasts. What's that smell? It smells so good. The saint monkey also smelled the aroma of the roasted meat and turned to look suspiciously. When it saw the divine beast meat in the inner demon's hands, the saint monkey was so angry that it spurted out blood. Qin Feiyang, you've gone too far. It roared again and again. He actually roasted the meat on its body in front of it. This was too much. A warrior would rather die than be humiliated. It suddenly turned around and rushed toward the inner demons. Its fierce eyes were filled with blood. That gaze was as if it could not wait to cut the inner demons into 8 pieces and destroy their bones. However, the inner demons just glanced at it indifferently and then lowered its head to look at the divine beast meat. Its brows were tightly knitted together. Although the aroma of the meat wafted out, this piece of divine beast meat was still raw after being roasted for so long. After all, this is divine beast meat. How can an ordinary alchemy fire cook it? I'll just have to make do with it. The inner demons shook its head and threw the piece of divine beast meat into its mouth. Immediately, an indescribable aroma overflowed in its mouth. It smells so good. The inner demons closed its eyes and revealed an intoxicated look. And this meat contained an extremely large amount of extremely pure energy. This energy flowed along its meridians and rushed to its limbs and bones. It felt that whether it was its physical body or spirit, they were instantly sublimated. Puff. However, looking at the inner demons leisurely tasting its divine beast meat in front of it, the saint monkey was so angry that a mouthful of blood spurted out from its mouth. It was crazy. After roaming the world for tens of thousands of years, it had never suffered such humiliation. The inner demons opened its eyes and commented, "This taste is not bad. It's just that this meat is too rough." Puff. The saint monkey spat out another mouthful of blood. Its fierce eyes were blood red. "Bastard, die with me." It howled towards the sky and rushed in front of the inner demons. Without hesitation, without any nostalgia, it directly self-destructed its physical body. The inner demons was shocked and hurriedly hid in the ancient castle. Although the saint monkey was now a 3-star combat emperor, its physical body was a real false god's body. In other words, it was equivalent to a false god's self-destruction. The self-destruction of a false god, who dared to treat it as a joke? Boom! An earth-shattering sound suddenly exploded in this place. Woo-woo! Catcher! Immediately, a violent wind blew in this area. The void crazily collapsed and the earth shook violently. It was like an unprecedented earthquake. What's the situation? At this moment, whether it was Wolf King, Yang Wei, or Dongqing and the three saint beasts, they all involuntarily stopped and looked over. Without exception, when they saw the apocalyptic scene, their faces changed and they frantically ran for their lives. Rumble. Wind and thunder intertwined and the sky changed color. Within the range of their vision, the giant peaks were like rice straws in a paddy field, collapsing one after another. In an instant, they turned into nothingness. What exactly happened? Where are Qin Feiyang and the Saint Monkey? Chapter 1182. At the same time, at the top of the sky, two divine consciousnesses surged over. It was the divine consciousnesses of the State Preceptor and Ren Duxing. The explosion of the Holy Monkey was too powerful. Although they were thousands of miles away, they could still sense it. Therefore, they immediately released their divine consciousnesses to check the situation. Everything was within their divine consciousnesses. What's the situation? If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but when he did, he was shocked. The two of them were petrified. Where were the law enforcers? Why were they all gone? Did the Holy Monkey also disappear? Very soon, they found Yang Wei, Wolf King, Viper, and Dan Wangcai. Of course, they knew that Wolf King and Yang Wei were Qin Feiyang's men. In other words, Qin Feiyang was here. However, they did not find any trace of Qin Feiyang on the battlefield. What the hell is going on? The State Preceptor murmured. Could it be that all the law enforcers were killed? How could this be possible? One had to know. The law enforcers brought here this time were at least 5-star combat emperors. With the strength of Qin Feiyang's group, even if they joined forces with Ren Duxing's subordinates, it was impossible. Suddenly, in the mountains below, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was the inner demons. He looked at Yang Wei and the rest and shouted, "Why are you all standing there in a daze? End the battle quickly." When he came out of the ancient castle, he sensed the divine consciousnesses of the State Preceptor and Ren Duxing. In other words, everything here had been seen by the two of them. Therefore, this battle could not be dragged on any longer. It had to be ended as soon as possible in case the two of them came here. Boom. Hearing the voice of the inner demons, Wolf King and Yang Wei quivered and immediately attacked Dongqing and the three sacred beasts with all their might. Dongqing and the three sacred beasts also began to counterattack. A fierce battle began again. It is indeed Qin Feiyang. But how did his cultivation suddenly become so strong? At the top of the sky, Ren Duxing and the State Preceptor were in disbelief. The kill character formula was Qin Feiyang's strongest trump card, so it had always been kept a secret. The only time he revealed it was when he stole the divine crystals and was caught by Mu Qing. In order to escape, he told Mu Qing the secret of the kill character art. However, not long after, the real spacetime portal was snatched away by the snow python. Therefore, Mu Qing had no way to inform Lu Xingchen. As such, neither Ren Duxing nor the imperial tutor knew the secret of the kill formula. Simultaneously, the inner demons glanced at Dongqing and the three holy monkeys with a cold glint in their eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, he used Phantom Step and rushed towards Saint Lion like lightning. The white-eyed wolf's fighting soul and skills were indeed powerful, but his cultivation was not as high as the Holy Lion's. Seeing the inner demons charging over, the Holy Lion couldn't help but feel anxious. "Get out of my way!" With a roar, battle aura rolled out and a huge beast claw appeared out of nowhere. As soon as the beast claw appeared, the sky changed color. The terrifying divine power shook the heavens. Obviously, this was a divine art. Humph! The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly, and that huge body expanded again. In the end, it turned into a muscular wolf that was hundreds of feet long. Its ferocious power was impressive, and its aura skyrocketed. This was no longer the fury of the berserker, but the fury of the mad god. Although there was only a difference of one word, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. Because the fury of the berserker was only a superior battle art, but the fury of the mad god was a perfect battle art. Of course, compared to the Holy Lion's divine art, The fury of the mad god was still a long way off. However, the white-eyed wolf did not retreat at all. It waved its mountain-like fist and punched the beast claw. Boom! Without any suspense, the white-eyed wolf's fist was instantly shattered, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Its huge body also cracked open, and it was dripping with blood. Like a meteorite, it smashed into the ground below. How dare you use a mere battle art to fight against a divine art? You're overestimating yourself. The holy lion smiled disdainfully, and the beast claw slammed down, aiming at the white-eyed wolf. If this attack hit, the white-eyed wolf would definitely die. Haven't you figured it out yet? You're the ones who overestimate yourselves. However, at this moment, the inner demons descended from the sky like a divine weapon and slammed down on the white-eyed wolf. A golden light roared out. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the beast claw immediately turned in the air and slammed into the holy lion's body. Roar! The holy lion wailed on the spot and was sent flying. However, like the holy monkey, it had the body of a false god. This kind of attack was nothing to it. However, in the face of the inner demons, it had no courage to fight, just like the holy monkey. It turned and fled. The inner demons looked down at the white-eyed wolf and frowned. Are you all right? The white-eyed wolf shook its head. It was not all right. Its injuries were very serious, and it was even life-threatening. However, it did not want to admit that it was very depressed. In the past, no matter what, it had always fought side by side with Qin Feiyang, and they had gone through thick and thin together. However, it slowly realized that it could no longer help Qin Feiyang. It had been working very hard and had been cultivating in seclusion. However, the gap between it and Qin Feiyang had not narrowed. Instead, it had widened. It was fine for a short period of time, but after a long time, even it could not help but start to doubt its own ability. It was precisely because of this that it took the initiative to ask to fight the Holy Lion. It wanted to prove itself. However, the result made it even more discouraged. If the inner demons had not saved it in time, it would have died in the hands of the Holy Lion. Looking at the white-eyed wolf, the inner demons raised its eyebrows and said lightly, "With your talent, you will become an overlord of the world sooner or later. However, if you are discouraged now, your cultivation and achievements will stop here forever. And I don't need someone like you by my side." The white-eyed wolf's gaze trembled. The inner demons said, "There is still a long way to go. Whether it is me or the original body, we need you to accompany us." The white-eyed wolf looked up at the inner demons, and its eyes were filled with tears. The inner demons waved its hand impatiently and said, "Stop being so pretentious. Go to the castle and recuperate." The white-eyed wolf nodded, and its body quickly shrank. It laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a gentle side." Gentle? The inner demons' face twitched. With a wave of its hand, it sent the white-eyed wolf to the castle. Then, it looked up at the fleeing holy lion, and its eyes became extremely sharp, like the edge of a blade. "How dare you hurt my companion? How many lives do you have to kill?" He held the Chang Shui in his hand, used the phantom steps, and chased after the holy lion at lightning speed. He stomped on the holy lion's back. The holy lion's huge body suddenly fell down involuntarily. The holy lion panicked and roared in horror, "What are you doing?" And the holy lion, "What did you do to it?" "It was too weak. I only roasted a piece of its meat, and it self-destructed." The inner demon snickered. "What? Self-destruction?" The holy lion's gaze trembled. At the top of the sky, Ren Duxing could not help but tremble. Not only could he observe the situation below with his divine sense, but he could also hear Qin Feiyang's voice. He actually forced the holy lion to self-destruct its divine body. He was furious. Swoosh! He directly abandoned the imperial advisor, turned into a stream of light, and rushed down with the two divine artifacts. "Where do you want to go?" However, with a flash, the imperial advisor appeared in front of Ren Duxing and sneered. "Get lost!" Ren Duxing roared, his divine sense surged, and the two divine artifacts with the power to destroy the world rushed towards the imperial advisor. "Seeing your subordinates being killed one by one, you must be very anxious." Despair. The imperial advisor smiled coldly. The full moon rose, the jade pendant awakened, and collided with the two divine artifacts. Boom! The two's bodies shook, blood spurted out, and they each retreated a few hundred feet. Ren Duxing shouted, "Not to mention me, those lackeys you brought, I'm afraid they have already died in his hand." The Imperial advisor's eyes darkened slightly, and he snorted coldly, "Even if what you said is true, it doesn't matter, because now, we only have one common enemy, and that is you." Finished. The Imperial advisor took the initiative to attack Ren Duxing. "Haha, for me, you actually joined forces with Qin Feiyang. You are really magnanimous." Ren Duxing laughed loudly, full of ridicule. "Don't treat this Imperial advisor as a fool, your little trick of sowing discord is useless." The Imperial advisor sneered. Boom! A divine battle once again broke out in the sky. Below, accompanied by a loud bang, the holy lion smashed heavily into the ground, and all the bones in its body were about to fall apart. The inner demons was still standing on its back, like a demon god, causing people to tremble. "No one will have any objections if you kill the monkey, but why do you have to humiliate it?" The holy lion roared. "Humiliate?" The inner demons was taken aback. The holy lion roared, "You roasted its meat in front of it, isn't that humiliating? You can't be so shameless. It turns out that you are also so weak, it seems that I have overestimated you divine beasts." The inner demons shook its head, waved Chang Shui, and mercilessly slashed down. Blood splattered as Chang Shui directly entered the holy lion's mind. "Ao!" The holy lion howled miserably. For the first time, it felt the aura of death. The inner demons laughed, "Don't worry, after you die, I will take good care of your divine meat, such as marinating, roasting, stewing. You demon, I will fight it out with you." The holy lion roared crazily, and a destructive aura rushed out from its body. Although the holy lion's cultivation had not recovered to the level of a war emperor, as a pseudogod, it could still self-destruct. "Do you think I will give you the chance to self-destruct?" The inner demons sneered, let go of Chang Shui, and then slapped the handle of Chang Shui's blade. The Chang Shui was like a sharp arrow, penetrating the holy lion's head from the front to the back, and blood spurted out like a fountain, and the sea of consciousness and soul were shattered on the spot. Bang! The holy lion immediately fell to the ground, dead, and breathed its last. "Damn it! Qin Feiyang, we will not let you go even if we become ghost." Seeing that the holy lion was also killed by the inner demons, the holy eagle and holy python that were fighting with Dan Wangxai and Viper immediately flew into a rage. At the same time, their hearts were flooded with fear and despair. Facing the current Qin Feiyang, did they really have a chance of winning? Boom! Viper and Dan Wangxai looked at each other from a distance. Taking advantage of the holy eagle and holy python's distraction, they punched the two beasts' heads with all their strength. The two beasts immediately howled miserably and smashed into the ground below. For a moment, the ground cracked, and dust covered the sky. Who's next? At the same time, the inner demons grabbed Chang Shui, stood up, and looked at the two holy beasts and Dong Qing, with a strong bloody light in his eyes. Facing the inner demon's gaze, Dong Qing's body and mind trembled, and her face was pale. The two holy beasts were also trembling. He was too strong. The current Qin Feiyang was already ridiculously strong, and he also had the indestructible Chang Shui in his hand. How could they fight against him? In the end, the inner demon's gaze was fixed on the holy eagle. Boom! He stepped into the air and said coldly, 10,000 years ago, the first emperor was merciful and spared your lives. You should cherish it. Hihi, the holy eagle laughed. But it was incomparably miserable. It seemed that this time, it was really the end of the road. Chapter 1183. The sacred python glanced at the sacred eagle and also soared into the sky. It looked at the inner demons and said, "Eagle is right. In time, even if you don't surpass Qin Batian, you can at least become an existence on the same level as Qin Batian." The inner demons raised its eyebrows. At this time, shouldn't the two sacred beasts be afraid and beg for mercy? Why were they still so calm? The sacred python and the sacred eagle looked at each other from a distance, and a smile appeared in their eyes. There was a trace of relief in this smile. Immediately, The sacred eagle looked at the inner demons again and said, "We also admit that as long as the castle is in our hands, no matter what we do, we won't be able to kill you, but, speaking of which..." The sacred eagle's eyes suddenly became sharp, and it laughed sinisterly, "But we can kill your companions and make you suffer for the rest of your life, blaming yourself." The inner demons was shocked. Looking at the two sacred beasts' eyes, its expression suddenly changed. It shouted to Dan Wonksai and Viper, "They are going to self-destruct, run." "What? Self-destruct?" The two of them suddenly changed color. They immediately used the perfect auxiliary battle technique, turned around, and fled without looking back. At the same time, on the other side, hearing the inner demons' shout, Dong Qing and Yang Wei also flew away at the same time. "Lord, we'll take our leave first. Qin Feiyang, we will wait for you in hell." Explode. The two holy beasts roared furiously, and their bodies exploded in the void. A wave of qi that could destroy the world instantly surged out in all directions. "Bastard!" Ren Duxing's roar immediately resounded in the sky, filled with sorrow and killing intent that couldn't be dispersed. The inner demons was also extremely anxious. He used the phantom steps and rushed toward Viper. Because Viper was the closest to him, he would save as many as he could. The billowing airwaves rushed over. Feeling the terrifying destructive power, Dan Wonksai and Viper were so scared that their faces turned ashen. "Faster!" The inner demons roared. The two of them used all their strength, but the airwaves were getting closer and closer. Poof! Before the chi wave could even get close, the two of them were already severely injured. Blood spurted out of their mouths, and their bodies were instantly mangled. Without a doubt, if the two of them were engulfed by that wave of air, they would definitely be torn apart in an instant and turned into ashes. "Master, please save us." The two could not help but call for help from the inner demons in despair. The inner demons' faces were as dark as water. Frankly speaking, when he was just born, he had no feelings for anyone, including the people around Qin Feiyang. However, after spending a long time with people like Wolf King and Viper, he had developed feelings for them that were hard to part with. At this moment, seeing that Viper and Dan Wonksai were in a desperate situation, he wished he could grow a few pairs of wings and rush over to rescue them. But he knew that this was unrealistic. This feeling of powerlessness is so unbearable. He clutched the clothes on his chest. His heart ached, and his eyes were filled with pain. "Don't give up. There's still the castle and Chang Shui." Suddenly, a shout resounded in his inner world. "This sovereign!" The inner demon's body trembled, and his eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. There was still the castle and Chang Shui. Why was he in despair? With a thought, the castle emerged. Then he grabbed the castle and threw it out together with Chang Shui. "If you don't save them today, I'll throw you into the latrine pit and suppress you for 10,000 years. I'll let you stink up to the sky." After roaring at Chang Shui and the castle, the inner demons decisively retreated. Without the castle, he did not dare to go deep. Otherwise, he would also die under that wave of air. Whoosh! The castle and Chang Shui pierced through the sky, flying toward Dan Wonksai and Viper respectively. The two of them also risked their lives to rush towards the castle and Kang Shui. As for Yang Wei, there was no need for the inner demons to save him. Because the battlefield was separated. Yang Wei and Dong Qing's battlefield was hundreds of miles away from Viper and Chang Shui's battlefield. They had enough time to escape. Boom! Crack! The rolling airwaves were earth-shattering, destroying everything in a frenzy. It was as if doomsday had arrived. It was terrifying. Puff! Viper and Dan Wonksai were beyond recognition. They were covered in blood. They felt desperate. Although Chang Shui and the castle were flying toward them, would they make it in time? They had unlocked the door of potential and mastered the forbidden technique. They had a bright future ahead of them. They did not want to die. The last bit of faith made them grit their teeth and hang on. However, they did not know how long they could hold on. It was likely that they would collapse in the next moment. The inner demons could not help but clench his fists. He looked at the two of them nervously. The airwaves were getting closer. Their flesh and blood flew everywhere. Even their bones were exposed. Gradually, the two of them stopped. They turned around and looked at the rolling airwaves helplessly. Their eyes were filled with despair. Although they did not want to die, they had no strength to continue running. Boom. Ah. After a few breaths, the airwaves were like the ruthless Grim Reaper. They did not stop at all and directly drowned the two of them. At the same time, Chang Shui and the castle were swept away by the airwaves and disappeared. What happened? In the distance, Yang Wei was also paying attention to the situation here. He was nervous and uneasy. Dongqing took the opportunity to escape. The inner demons shouted, "Kill Dongqing now." Understood. Yang Wei nodded. He turned around and looked at Dongqing's back. His eyes were filled with coldness. The first move of the tiger taming technique, tiger roaring in the sky. With a low roar, he opened his mouth and let out a deafening tiger roar. Suddenly, an invisible sound wave appeared. It was like a tide, destroying the mountains and rivers and swallowing Dongqing. Ah! Dongqing screamed. Blood spurted out from her ears like arrows. The tiger taming technique was the perfect killing technique that the mysterious madam had given to Yang Wei. The second move, tiger out of the cage. Yang Wei roared again. His battle chi surged and turned into a huge black tiger that was hundreds of feet long. It roared and charged toward Dongqing. "Don't force me. If you force me, I will also self-destruct." Dongqing shouted. "If you dared to self-destruct, you would have done so when the sacred eagle and sacred python self-destructed. Why wait until now?" Yang Wei sneered. The huge tiger had already arrived in front of Dongqing. Its terrifying aura made Dongqing despair. The Dong family has not been avenged. How can I die here? When she thought of the tragic death of her clansmen and the destruction of her family, a strong hatred emerged in her heart. It overcame her fear and despair. Boom. She took a step back and stared at the huge tiger in front of her. Her hands quickly formed seals. In the blink of an eye, a square seal appeared in the sky. It was as if it was condensed from ice and emitted a shocking cold current. At the same time, her cultivation had also undergone a transformation. She was no longer a 1-star combat emperor. She was a 2-star combat emperor. The second move of the frost technique, mysterious ice seal, destroy. She roared. The mysterious ice seal broke through the sky and collided with the huge black tiger. Boom. With a loud sound, the two battle techniques were destroyed in the air. Puff. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of their mouths. You were indeed hiding your strength. However, as long as you don't have a divine art, you will definitely lose today. Yang Wei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He used the 9 steps of the sky demon and charged toward Dongqing. His powerful aura shook the void for hundreds of miles. Dongqing's eyes darkened. She turned to look at the inner demons and shouted, "Qin Feiyang, I will fight with Yang Wei. If I win, you will let me go. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. How about it?" "Okay." The inner demons didn't even think about it and nodded. Firstly, he trusted Yang Wei. Secondly, he was worried about the safety of Dan Wangcai and Snake Viper. He didn't have time to care about Dongqing. Of course, if Yang Wei couldn't even deal with Dongqing, then there was no need to continue training him. Seeing the inner demons nod, Dongqing smiled coldly and charged toward Yang Wei. Their cultivation was similar and their techniques were similar. Naturally, a fierce battle was unavoidable. First move of the tiger taming art, Sky Tiger Roar. First move of the frost arts, Ice Seal. Second move of the tiger taming art, Tiger out of the cage. Second move of the frost arts, Mystic Ice Seal. Third move of the tiger taming art, third move of the frost arts, Boom. Crack. The two used their techniques in the air and clashed crazily. Soon, the battle reached its climax. Blood splattered and dyed the sky red. On the other side, the dust gradually settled and the storm calmed down. Two bloody figures appeared in the inner demon's sight. It was Snake Viper and Dan Wangcai. Above their heads, Chang Shui and the ancient castle shone down rays of divine light, blocking the turbulent airwaves. "He's not dead." The inner demon's face lit up. His nervous heart finally relaxed. But then, His face turned cold. He shouted, "What are you doing over there?" Snake Viper and Dan Wonksai's hearts were filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Hearing the inner demons shout, the two looked at each other and dragged their tired bodies toward the inner demons. "You're one of the 10 heroes of Qinghai. Is this all you've got? You can't even tell that they want to self-destruct." As soon as the two arrived, the inner demons scolded them. The two lowered their heads and remained silent. But their hearts were filled with warmth. In the past, they only saw coldness and heartlessness in the inner demons. But now, they saw concern and worry. As if he saw through their thoughts, the inner demons snorted. "Don't think that I saved you because I care about you. I just don't want to hurt my lord's heart. After all, he spent a lot of effort to train you." Snake Viper and Dan Wonksai nodded. But their faces were flushed red. He was obviously concerned about them, but he had to find excuses. Wasn't he tired? Looking at the two's expressions, the inner demons couldn't help but feel irritated. He reached out to grab Chang Shui and the castle and said, "That's enough. Go and get that holy lion for me." "Okay." The two of them shouted and swallowed a healing pill and battle chi pill. Then, they eagerly flew towards the dead holy lion. The holy lion was far away from the explosion site of the holy eagle and the holy python. Besides, it was a fake god's body, so it wasn't hurt. The inner demons glanced at the two's backs. He lowered his head and looked at the castle and Chang Shui. He murmured, "It seems that my heart has really softened." It seemed that he was talking to himself, but also to the castle and Chang Shui. Chang Shui and the castle also withdrew their divine light. They looked calm. This is love. Even if you are the inner demons, you can't escape the shackles of love. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded in the inner world, with a faint smile. "Joke. I'll be shackled by love. I'm just pitying you. Do you understand?" Hearing Qin Feiyang's voice, the inner demons were very dissatisfied. "Pitying me?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Yes. You don't have many friends. If Snake Viper and Dan Wonksai die, won't you be even lonelier?" The inner demons answered with certainty. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Is that really so? You should ask yourself. You can lie, but your heart is very honest." The inner demons frowned. After some time, he smiled coldly and said, "Don't confuse me. I'm your evil side. Love doesn't exist for me. Then let's wait and see." After that, Qin Feiyang fell silent. Chapter 1184. The battle between Yang Wei and Dongqing was quite intense. Although Yang Wei's strength had skyrocketed after following Qin Feiyang all these years, Dongqing had also benefited a lot from following Mu Tianyang. The two's combat strength could be said to be evenly matched. But overall, Yang Wei had the upper hand. After all, Yang Wei was much older than Dongqing. Whether it was combat experience or courage, he was far superior to Dongqing. "Master, here it is." Soon, Viper and Dan Wonksai ran over with the holy lion. The inner demons glanced at the holy lion and laughed. "Put it in a Chenkuan bag. When the battle here is over, I'll treat you to lion meat." The holy lion was more than 10 meters tall. If it was put in the castle, it would take up a lot of space, so it could only be put in a Chenkuan bag. Heard. Viper and Dongqing's eyes lit up. The holy lion had the body of a false god, which was equivalent to a divine beast. They had never tasted a divine beast's meat before. Dan Wonksai immediately found an empty Chenkuan bag and happily placed the saint lion into the Chenkuan bag. Viper said, "Master, I have a question in my heart." "What is it?" The inner demons asked expressionlessly. Viper said, "Since the 4 sacred beasts were divine beasts in the past, why didn't I see them use the power of their divine souls?" Hearing Viper's words, Dan Wonksai was slightly stunned and nodded. "Yes, where are their divine souls?" The inner demons said, "They haven't condensed their divine souls yet." "What do you mean?" The two were puzzled. The inner demons said, "Only a true god of war can condense their divine souls." "I see." The two were enlightened. Viper asked, "Then, is there no difference between a false god's soul and our soul?" "Of course there is a difference. After stepping into the false god realm, the soul will slowly transform. When it becomes a divine soul, it will be a god of war. The inner demons said. I see. In other words, the process of the soul transformation is the false god. Dan Wangxai said. Yes. Of course, I only have a rough understanding of it from ancient books. I don't know the details. The inner demons said. The two of them nodded. No matter how authentic the information recorded in the ancient books was, there would always be some discrepancies. In short, the existence of gods was not something they were qualified to touch at the moment. Just as the three of them were chatting, a scream suddenly rang out. The three of them hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound and saw Dongqing crash into the ground below like a meteor. Rumble. A huge crater appeared in an instant. Yang Wei's imposing manner was like a rainbow as he rushed into the huge pit. He picked up Dongqing like he was picking up a chick and walked to the front of the inner demons. There was a fist-sized hole in Dongqing's lower abdomen, and blood was gushing out. His face was also deathly pale. Not bad, you didn't disappoint me. The inner demons glanced indifferently at Yang Wei, then looked at Dongqing contemptuously and said, Do you think you have the right to be arrogant in front of me just because you're with Mu Tianyang? Dongqing's face was ferocious, full of resentment and hatred. The inner demons said disdainfully, I destroyed your Dong family back then, and I can destroy you now. Tell me, how do you want to die? Dongqing remained silent, but her body was trembling uncontrollably. The inner demons sneered and said, If you beg for mercy, maybe I'll consider letting you go. After all, Dong Xingyang and I have a good relationship. Don't mention him in front of me. Dongqing roared. Why? The inner demons smiled mockingly. Dongqing shouted, He's a coward. A coward? Haha. You're wrong about that. He once wanted to kill me to avenge the Dong family, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability. But he's more self-aware than you are. He knows what he should do and what he shouldn't do. The inner demons sneered. Dongqing said, Even if what you said is true, it can't hide his cowardly and incompetent nature. You're still wrong. He's not cowardly and incompetent. He's trying to preserve the last trace of the Dong family's bloodline. Because he's the only man left in the Dong family. It can be said that the burden and responsibility he carries far surpasses yours. As for you, you look very courageous and admirable, but in fact, you're the most ignorant, stupid, and irresponsible. The inner demons sneered. Dongqing flew into a rage out of humiliation and shouted, You're a demon who kills without blinking an eye. What right do you have to judge me? I don't know if others are qualified, but I know that I'm the most qualified. Because all of this was started by the Dong family. If the Dong family had been more down-to-earth and not so aggressive back then, would it have fallen to this point? So, you have no right to resent others, including me. The inner demons said blandly. Dongqing was silent for a long time. Then she shook her head and said, Cut the crap. I, Dongqing, am a woman of my words. You can punish me however you want if I lose. You've got a backbone. The inner demons nodded with a smile and said, But I have another question. Where's Zhongjin? He hadn't seen Zhongjin since he arrived here. Zhongjin should be with Ren Duxing, but why wasn't he here? Could it be that he was ordered by Ren Duxing to complete some other task? No comment. Dongqing closed her eyes and said, I'm not afraid of stubbornness. The inner demons smiled coldly and looked at Yang Wei. Take him to the castle and let Fatso interrogate him. Okay. Yang Wei nodded. The inner demons waved his hand and sent Yang Wei, Dongqing, Viper, and Dan Wangxai to the castle. Both of them were seriously injured and needed to recuperate. Moreover, their opponents now were Ren Duxing and the state preceptor. They couldn't help much. As for Dongqing, the inner demons wasn't worried at all. Because the prerequisite for self-destruction was cultivation. The inner demons looked up at the sky. His eyes flashed slightly, and he rushed to the hinterland. Ren Duxing didn't come here on a whim. So, there must be something hidden here. At the top of the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The wind howled. Waves of terrifying energy surged down from the sky. Buzz. The inner demons waved his hand. Chang Shui floated above his head, emitting a hazy divine light to protect the inner demons. After a while, the inner demons saw the stone tablet. Intruders of the hinterland of the magic dragon mountains, die. He flew to the stone tablet and looked at the words on it. His pupils shrank slightly. What a strong killing intent. The cultivation of the person who wrote these words must have reached the pinnacle of perfection. When he looked up and saw the situation of the hinterland, a trace of surprise crept up in his eyes. Not a single blade of grass grew, and bones were everywhere. Wasn't this scene the same as the Devil's Island? Could it be that this place, his spirits were lifted, and he stepped into the hinterland? A familiar mysterious power suddenly surged toward him. As expected, the inner demon's eyes trembled. He scanned the hinterland, his face full of surprise. This mysterious force was almost exactly the same as the mysterious force on the Devil's Island and the Magic Dragon Glacier. In other words, there was also a demonic item that was related to the heart of the magic dragon and the eye of the magic dragon hidden here. Whoosh! He turned into a stream of light and rushed into the depths of the hinterland. Chang Shue's divine light flickered, blocking the mysterious force that was robbing vitality. Time passed breath by breath. Finally, the inner demons came to the front of the giant mountain. He looked up at the top of the mountain, his eyes bursting with light. I want to see what it is that made Ren Duxing so envious. There was no suspense. Ren Duxing must have come to the hinterland for the thing on the top of the mountain. When he reached the top of the mountain and saw the black fog, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. This aura was exactly the same as the heart of the magic dragon, the eye of the magic dragon, and the reverse scale. He took 2 steps in 3 steps and walked to the front of the black fog. The mysterious force was stronger, but Chang Shui was as steady as Mount Tai and did not shake at all. The mysterious force also did not break through Chang Shui's defense. This was enough to show that whether it was Chang Shui or the castle, they were all stronger than the battle sword and magic crystal in Ren Duxing's hand. Suddenly, the inner demons lowered his head and looked at the ground in front of him. A trace of suspicion crawled on his face. There were actually many footprints on the ground. He looked at a few of the footprints and found that they were not human footprints, but the footprints of beasts. Suddenly, he laughed. He knew who the owner of these footprints was. The 4 sacred beast. In other words, Ren Duxing had been here a long time ago. But the black fog was still here, which meant that Ren Duxing had no way to enter this black fog. Coming early may not be useful. The inner demons laughed sarcastically, raised his foot and stepped into the black fog. Immediately, a dragon claw entered his sight. The dragon claw was only the size of an adult's palm, and it was as black as ink, emitting a shocking demonic aura. First the heart of the magic dragon and the eye of the magic dragon, then the reverse scale, and now a dragon claw. Could it be, as the Mu clan ancestor said, that this was left behind by a magic dragon? The inner demons stared at the dragon claw and muttered to himself. But he could not figure it out. Why was the heart of the magic dragon, the eye of the magic dragon, and the reverse scale all in the Forgotten Continent, but this dragon claw was in the Great Qin Empire? Who was it that killed this magic dragon back then? And what was the point of leaving the heart of the magic dragon behind? Just as he was puzzled, the castle automatically flew out from between his eyebrows. The next moment, the dragon claw in front of him, like the heart of the magic dragon and the other demonic creatures, disappeared without a trace. Bastard! The inner demons was stunned, and suddenly became angry. He grabbed the castle and roared, "Don't go too far." But the castle's divine light dimmed, like a dead object. There was no reaction. The inner demons became angrier and angrier. Once or twice, he could endure it, but he did not expect it to happen again. Bang! He smashed the castle to the ground and stepped on it. Swish! But before he could step on it, the castle turned into a stream of light and disappeared from between his eyebrows. "Get the hell out!" The inner demons roared in exasperation. "This bastard is even more shameless than me. Hey, I did not provoke you. Why are you scolding me in your heart? Besides, where did you see me being shameless?" Qin Feiyang's dissatisfied voice immediately sounded in his heart. "You are shameless everywhere." The inner demons coldly snorted. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He said, Instead of competing with the castle, why don't we hurry up and see how the battle between the Imperial Advisor and Ren Duxing is going? The inner demons angrily stomped his foot, then rushed up to the sky, and rushed towards the clouds. Boom! The giant mountain under his feet collapsed on the spot. It was obvious how terrifying the power of his foot was. Chapter 1185. At the top of the clouds. Above the firmament. Boom! Clang! The divine weapons and divine arts collided continuously. A terrifying storm tore through the starry sky. It was a scene of destruction. At this moment, if an ordinary person entered the firmament, they would probably be destroyed instantly. Without Chang Shui's protection, the inner demons would not dare to go up. Soon, the inner demons broke through the clouds and stood at the top of the clouds. What entered their sight was a vast starry sky. Somewhere in the starry sky, Ren Duxing and the Grand Tutor stood opposite each other. The divine weapons and divine arts collided violently. Waves of destructive aura swept out in all directions like raging waves hitting the shore. Both of them were dripping with blood, and their faces were full of weakness. The inner demons observed for a while and sneered. Looks like they're both at the end of their rope. Even so, the battle between Ren Duxing and the Grand Tutor was not something he could interfere with. Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, the two of them also sensed the inner demon's aura. They stopped at the same time and turned to look at the inner demons. Don't stop. Continue. The inner demons crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked like he was watching a show. Ren Duxing said in a deep voice, "You killed Dongqing and the 4 sacred beasts." "That's right." The inner demons nodded. Ren Duxing's eyes were filled with coldness. He said angrily, "I shouldn't have let you live." The inner demons said disdainfully, "Don't talk big. Even if I'm standing here, you may not be able to kill me." Ren Duxing looked at Chang Shui, who was above the inner demons. His pupils shrank, and he did not hide his greed. The Grand Tutor's eyes were also full of greed. Jackals of the same tribe. The inner demons snorted and looked at Ren Duxing. "By the way, let me tell you something. The dragon claw is already in my hands." "What?" Ren Duxing's eyes froze. "Looks like you care a lot. However, don't expect me to hand over what's in my hands." The inner demon laughed. Her smile was very bright. "Pu." Ren Duxing spat out a mouthful of blood. This was anger attacking the heart. It was a mixture of regret and hatred. If he had killed this kid in the land of ruins, how could this have happened? The inner demons exclaimed, "Aya, don't be so agitated. It's not good to hurt your body. I'll kill you." Ren Duxing roared angrily and dragged his bloody body toward Qin Feiyang. "Your opponent is me." The state preceptor stepped in front of Ren Duxing, his eyes flashing coldly. "Hey!" The inner demons were astonished. This old thing would actually help him? What was going on? "This old man is helping you out of consideration for the bigger picture. Mu Tianyang's existence is not only a threat to us, but also to the great Qin Empire. We can't let him leave alive. Quickly join forces with this old man and kill him." The state preceptor stared at Ren Duxing, murderous intent surging in his old eyes. The bigger picture. The inner demons was stunned, shook his head and said, "I really didn't expect you to have this kind of awareness. This old man admits that there are some grudges between us, but in the face of the big picture, this old man will not be careless. Otherwise, this old man will not help you stall him." The state preceptor said in a deep voice. "I see." The inner demons suddenly understood. He was originally wondering why Ren Duxing did not go down to save Dongqing and the 4 sacred beasts. It turned out that the state preceptor was helping him stall. Looks like this rotten old man isn't that unreasonable after all. The bigger picture. However. Hearing the state preceptor's words, Ren Duxing could not stop laughing, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. The inner demons looked at him suspiciously. Ren Duxing said, "Qin Feiyang, don't be fooled by his appearance." "What do you mean?" The inner demons frowned. Ren Duxing sneered, "He is not as simple as you think. Do you still remember Zhuge Mingyang?" "Of course I remember." The inner demons nodded. At the same time, at the mention of Zhuge Mingyang, The state preceptor's pupils shrank slightly. Ren Duxing glanced at the state preceptor and said, "Then do you know why Zhuge Mingyang assisted the first prince in the past, and why he cared so much about the first prince?" The inner demons said, "About this question, Zhuge Mingyang once told me that it was because of the situation." "Do you believe it?" Ren Duxing asked. The inner demons shook his head. He had never believed it. This question had been puzzling him for a long time, but he could not find the real answer. Now, Ren Duxing suddenly mentioned this matter. Could it be that Ren Duxing knew the real reason? Ren Duxing said with a smile, "As you think, I know the whole truth." The inner demons narrowed his eyes and said, "Tell me quickly." Ren Duxing pointed at the state preceptor and said, "Help me kill him, and I will tell you." The state preceptor panicked and hurriedly said, "Qin Fei Yang, he is trying to sow discord. Don't be fooled." "Ha ha," the inner demons laughed and said, "You said so much just to get my help. But with my little strength, I don't think I can help you much, right?" "You can. As long as you give pale snow to this old man has full confidence that he will be completely destroyed. Don't worry, after I kill him, this old man will return pale snow to you in one piece." The state preceptor said. Ren Duxing looked at the state preceptor and said mockingly, "Do you think he will believe your nonsense?" The state preceptor turned a deaf ear and said to Qin Fei Yang, "This is the only way to get rid of him. For the sake of your ancestor, the Qin Emperor, and the safety of billions of people, you should think about it carefully." The inner demons glanced at the two of them, his eyes flickering. Ren Duxing said, "Qin Fei Yang, I won't say such emotional words. I will only tell you one thing. Zhuge Mingyang's secret is enough to shake the great Qin Empire." "What?" The inner demons trembled. "Was it that serious?" Ren Duxing said, "Don't doubt it. If you don't believe me, the great Qin Empire will fall into the hands of others before I can take it back." The inner demon's pupils shrank, and he thought to himself, looking at him, he doesn't seem to be an alarmist. He really couldn't tell whether it was true or not, so he asked Qin Fei Yang for his opinion. Qin Fei Yang was silent for a moment and said, "Neither of them can be trusted. Let's wait and see." "Okay." The inner demons secretly agreed. Buzz. At this moment, the image crystal vibrated. The inner demons raised his eyebrows and entered the castle. It turned out that Fatso was sending him a message. "What's wrong?" He looked at Fatso suspiciously. Fatso said in a deep voice, "Dongqing confessed." The inner demons looked down at Dongqing and saw her lying on the ground unconscious. Not only was her face unrecognizable, but there was also the smell of urine on her body. The inner demons looked at the white-eyed wolf and frowned. "Did you do this?" The white-eyed wolf said proudly, "Brother, this is holy water. It's her honor to give it to you." "Honor?" The inner demon's mouth twitched violently. How could there be such a shameless guy in the world? It was no wonder that Dongqing confessed. No matter how strong a person's mind was, they would collapse in front of such a guy. What did she confess? The inner demons looked at Fatso and asked. Fatso said, "Zhongjin went to the capital." The inner demons raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why did he go to the capital?" Ren Duxing asked him to go. Ren Duxing wanted to get the dragon claw in the hinterland, but he couldn't get close with just the combat sword and the magic crystal. So, Ren Duxing asked Zhongjin to go to the capital to find Lu Xingchen and get the divine bone. Fatso said, "The divine bone is with Lu Xingchen?" The inner demons was surprised. "Yes." Fatso nodded. "I really didn't expect that such an important thing would be with him. However, Lu Xingchen is now in the hands of old Qin. Even if Zhongjin sneaks into the capital, he won't have any chance." The inner demons sneered. Fatso said, "But Zhongjin must be eliminated." "Yes." The inner demons nodded, grabbed Dongqing, and left the castle. But the place where he appeared was no longer at the top of the clouds, because the exposed castle would automatically sink. He stood in the air and looked up at the sky. There were no fluctuations of battle in the sky, which meant that the state preceptor and Ren Duxing were no longer fighting. Whoosh! He rushed into the sky again and stood at the top of the clouds, only to see the state preceptor and Ren Duxing looking at each other vigilantly in silence. "Do you want to kill her?" The inner demons picked up Dongqing and looked at Ren Duxing with a smile. Ren Duxing said lightly, "She's just a chess piece. If you want to kill her, just kill her. It doesn't matter. Haha, it doesn't matter. You're indeed the emperor of the previous dynasty." The inner demon threw her head back and laughed. Then, she suddenly clenched her fingers and crushed Dongqing's head in front of Ren Duxing. Ren Duxing's eyes were hazy. Dongqing was indeed just a chess piece to him, but the inner demon's arrogant attitude made him very unhappy. "You can continue." The inner demons glanced at the two of them indifferently, then turned and left. He realized that as long as he was here, the state preceptor and Ren Duxing would not really fight. Because neither of them wanted him to reap the benefits. Looking at the inner demon's back, both Ren Duxing and the state preceptor looked gloomy. Suddenly, the two of them looked at each other and activated their battle sword and jade pendant at the same time. Divine power roared in all directions, and the starry sky collapsed. The inner demons was shocked and quickly turned to look. The state preceptor smiled coldly and said, "If you don't join forces with me, then I'll join forces with Mu Tianyang and send you to hell." "That's right. You only have one choice. Either join forces with me, or join forces with the state preceptor." Ren Duxing's eyes were also filled with murderous intent. The inner demons glanced at the two of them in a daze. He did not expect the situation to turn out like this. "Make a decision now." The two of them shouted in unison. The inner demons frowned and shook his head. "You're making it difficult for me. But I won't give Chang Shui to anyone." In other words, he would not help either of them. If the two of them wanted to join forces to kill him, he would not care. "You're so stubborn." The state preceptor was furious. The jade pendant suddenly shone with divine light, shaking the starry sky, and attacked the inner demons. Ren Duxing looked at the inner demons and said regretfully, "I didn't want to kill you, but you forced me. Go to hell." He roared, and his battle sword shone with peerless sharpness. However, the red battle sword did not slash at Qin Fei Yang. Instead, it took advantage of the moment when the state preceptor attacked Qin Fei Yang to turn around and slash at the state preceptor. "Damn it." The state preceptor's expression changed, and he hurriedly recalled the jade pendant. He did not expect that Ren Duxing, who was so aggressive to kill Qin Fei Yang, would suddenly change sides and attack him. However, it was too late to recall the jade pendant now. The battle sword whistled through the air. At the critical moment, the state preceptor hurriedly dodged to the side. The battle sword fell, and blood gushed out. The state preceptor's right arm was cut off on the spot. He endured the pain and quickly retreated far away, staring at Ren Duxing vigilantly. Whoosh! The jade pendant turned into a divine rainbow and returned to the top of his head, hanging down strands of divine light to protect him. What a pity! Ren Duxing shook his head. Chapter 1186. However, it was an undeniable fact that the state preceptor's injuries had worsened. Clang! Boom! Ren Duxing suddenly turned around, and the battle sword and magic crystal were revived again. With a shocking sharpness and demonic power, he once again attacked the state preceptor. He wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. In the distance, the inner demons pursed his lips playfully. The current situation was really ever-changing. No one could ever imagine what would happen in the next second. Facing the two divine artifacts, the state preceptor's heart was extremely heavy. He thought that Ren Duxing would really join forces with him to kill Qin Fei Yang first. Who would have thought that it was just an act? Now, if Qin Fei Yang were to choose a team again, there was no doubt that he would definitely stand with Ren Duxing. Qin Fei Yang, he didn't put him in his eyes. But once Qin Fei Yang gave the Chang Shui to Ren Duxing, he would definitely die. Therefore, he had the thought of retreating in his heart. State preceptor, this old man will help you. However, at this moment, a hoarse shout resounded. Following closely, a white-haired old man rushed to the top of the clouds and appeared in the sight of the three. It was Elder Qin. The situation is really ever-changing and unpredictable. The inner demons muttered. But they couldn't figure out how this old man knew they were here. At the same time, a trace of panic crawled up Ren Duxing's face. The state preceptor's face was filled with ecstasy. Pointing at Ren Duxing, he shouted, "He is Mu Tianyang, quickly kill him. Mu Tianyang, your time of death has come." Elder Qin's eyes surged with a cold light, his divine power erupted, and he rushed towards Ren Duxing like an avalanche. Damn it! Ren Duxing's face was gloomy. For the state preceptor now, he had full confidence that he could kill him, but he didn't expect that Elder Qin would suddenly attack. Facing two fake gods, with his current state, even if he had two divine artifacts, it was impossible to win. Ren Duxing glanced at the two of them. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, he recalled the two divine artifacts and rushed to the front of the inner demons. Then, he swept up the inner demons and rushed down without looking back. "Don't run!" The Imperial Preceptor and Old Qin roared and immediately chased after him. "If I want to leave, none of you can stop me." Ren Duxing snorted and sent a wisp of divine sense into the magic crystal. Rumble. A terrifying gravitational force surged toward the two of them like a tidal wave. The Imperial Tutor and Old Qin felt as if they had sunk into a quagmire. Their speed suddenly decreased. Old Man Qin held his breath. The Imperial Preceptor said in a deep voice, "That's right, it's the demonic crystal that belonged to the late Emperor. What a pity that the late Emperor's belongings have fallen into the hands of a devil." Old Man Qin cried out. While the two of them were talking, Ren Duxing opened a portal and sneered, "Go back and tell your Emperor that I will be back sooner or later." After saying that, Ren Duxing then turned around and darted into the portal with the inner demon and the magic crystal. That gravitational force also dissipated. The Imperial Preceptor and Old Man Qin immediately activated the power of the false god and blasted the portal, but they were still a step too late. The inner demons and Ren Duxing were teleported away. "Damn it, damn it, damn it." The Imperial Preceptor cursed and flew into a rage. Mu Tianyang was the emperor of the previous dynasty and was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the late emperor. Letting him escape was equivalent to letting a tiger return to the mountain. Old Man Qin sighed, "It's my fault. If I had come earlier, you wouldn't have been injured so badly, and Mu Tianyang wouldn't have escaped." The Imperial Preceptor glanced at him and said, "Don't say that. If you hadn't come in time, I would have definitely died in their hands." "Them?" Old Man Qin raised his eyebrows and said, "You mean, Qin Feiyang has already joined forces with Mu Tianyang?" "Yes. I have already told His Majesty to get rid of him as soon as possible, but His Majesty was merciful. It's great now, isn't it? He and Mu Tianyang are in cahoots. Mu Tianyang is already troublesome enough. Now with this little bastard, there will be endless trouble." The Imperial Preceptor said angrily. Old Man Qin frowned. The Imperial Preceptor's eyes flickered slightly as he asked suspiciously, "But speaking of which, how did you know we were here? Are you following me?" "I followed you. You think too much. I just felt uneasy seeing that you guys haven't returned for so long, so I came to Hezhou to take a look. By the way, where are the enforcers you brought?" Old Man Qin asked. The Imperial Preceptor closed his eyes in pain and sighed, "They probably all died in the hands of Qin Feiyang." This time, he wasn't pretending. Because those enforcers were his trusted subordinates. It would be strange if he didn't feel heartache when so many of them died. Old Man Qin patted his shoulder and comforted him, "Don't be sad. Let's go back and tell His Majesty about this and let him decide." The Imperial Preceptor nodded. At the same time, spiritual state. Desert of death. It was as hot as ever. Strong winds blew, and yellow sand filled the sky. In the desert, the traces of beasts were hard to find, and only one or two figures could be seen occasionally. Swish. Suddenly, two figures appeared out of thin air above a sand dune. It was the inner demons and Ren Duxing. Ren Duxing put away the magic crystal, glanced at the desert below, and asked, "Do you still know where this place is?" "Of course." The inner demons said lightly. Ren Duxing said, "We should have officially met here, right?" "Yes." The inner demons nodded. Ren Duxing said, "How have I treated you?" The inner demons was stunned and said, "Not bad." "Then why did you betray me?" Ren Duxing suddenly raised his head, stared at the inner demons angrily, and slapped at the inner demons. This change was very sudden. But the inner demons wasn't surprised at all. He raised his hand and punched. Boom! Ren Duxing was sent flying on the spot, blood gushing out of his mouth. You dare to attack me without using your divine sense or artifact. Do you want to die? The inner demons smiled in disdain. Ren Duxing stabilized his body and stared at the inner demons with a gloomy expression, letting the blood splatter. The inner demons smiled mockingly and said lightly, after fighting with the Grand Master for so long, you shouldn't have much divine sense left. Killing you is still not a problem, Ren Duxing said word by word, his eyes full of murderous intent. Then you can try. The inner demons crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at him provocatively. Ren Duxing clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a shocking cold light. After a long time, he took a deep breath and sneered, if I didn't give you the pill scripture back then, would you have today's achievements? Is this how you repay your benefactor? Give it to me. The inner demons smiled and said, don't get it wrong, I got the pill scripture with my own ability. What a joke. If I wanted to get the pill scripture back then, it would be easy, Ren Duxing shouted. You're the one who's joking. After I got the pill scripture back then, I kept it in the castle. Without my permission, can you enter the castle? I don't think so. So, don't say such high-sounding words. It will only make you more ridiculous and funny. The inner demons said lightly. Ren Duxing was about to explode. He held back his anger and nodded, okay, let's not talk about the pill scripture for now. Let's talk about how I let you go in the ruins out of kindness. Why are you betraying me now? Betraying you? The inner demons was stunned. Ren Duxing said angrily, you dare say that you didn't call the Grand Master and Elder Qin? That's right, I called the Grand Master here. My purpose is very simple. I want you to fight until both sides are injured, and then I'll take advantage of the situation. Unfortunately, I'm still too young and underestimated you. Old monsters like you who have lived for tens of thousands of years cherish your lives more than anyone else. How can you really fight to the death? But even if I don't get rid of you, I've already profited this time. Not only did I kill Dongqing and the 4 sacred beasts, but I also killed 50 or 60 inner hall enforcers. You don't care about Dongqing's death, but the 4 sacred beasts' death must be very painful for you, the inner demons said with a playful smile. Ren Duxing clenched his hands tightly. The 4 sacred beasts were loyal to him. In the early years, they accompanied him on expeditions. They were not only his most trusted subordinates, but also his partners. Thinking back, when he fought with Qin Batian, the 4 sacred beasts didn't die, but now they were killed by Qin Feiyang. How could he not hate him? The inner demons looked at him coldly and said, as for Elder Qin, I'm also wondering why he came. The inner demons pondered. Could it be, suddenly? His eyes trembled slightly. With a thought, the killing intent floating in his chi-si emerged. This was the killing intent that Elder Qin gave him. Ren Duxing was surprised by the killing intent. The inner demons looked at Ren Duxing and said in a deep voice, help me see if this killing intent is still connected to Elder Qin. At that time, Elder Qin told him that he had already cut off the connection with this killing intent. But now, he couldn't help but wonder if Elder Qin had lied to him. Ren Duxing released a wisp of divine sense and rushed toward the killing intent. However, before he could get close, the killing intent burst out with a terrifying killing intent and blasted toward Ren Duxing's divine sense. The inner demon's expression changed and he went straight to the castle. Just as he stepped into the castle, a deafening rumbling sound rang out from under his feet. The killing intent and divine sense collided with each other, and a world-destroying wave of air suddenly emerged and rolled in all directions. For a moment. In this world, the void collapsed, the desert sank, and yellow sand flew all over the sky. Finally, the killing intent was shattered. But Ren Duxing's divine sense also disappeared by more than half. Just you wait, I will never let you go. Ren Duxing couldn't help but roar. Whether it was his face or his eyes, they were full of weakness. When the wind calmed down, the inner demons appeared in the desert. Looking at Ren Duxing in the sky, his eyes flashed and he laughed. It seems that your divine sense is really not much left. Ren Duxing's face darkened. The inner demons flew up and laughed. Tell me, how much is left? 10. 5. Or is there only one last wisp of divine sense left? Ren Duxing said sternly, if you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you really wanted to kill me, you would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? I think you still need me to help you with something. The inner demons teased. If he had no value, Ren Duxing would have definitely joined forces with the Imperial Advisor to kill him in the Magic Dragon Mountain range. Haha, Ren Duxing laughed and mocked. You are so smart, you can think of anything. But in the end, you were still tricked by Elder Qin. Chapter 1187. If Elder Qin really cut off the connection with the killing intent, it wouldn't wake up on its own. Because after cutting off the connection, the killing intent would only listen to Qin Feiyang's orders. In other words, the killing intent would only attack when Qin Feiyang asked it to. But just now, the killing intent woke up on its own without the inner demons saying anything. This meant that Elder Qin didn't cut off the connection with the killing intent at all. In other words, Elder Qin tracked his location based on the killing intent. The inner demons clenched his hands and sneered, these old foxes, none of them are trustworthy. They thought that Elder Qin was a good person. But they didn't expect that he was also harboring evil intentions. You must be very angry. Ren Duxing laughed gloatingly. The inner demons sneered and said, don't gloat. Do you know Lu Xingchen's current situation? What do you mean? Ren Duxing's face darkened. Dong Qing has explained everything in detail. You asked Zhong Jin to go to the capital to find Lu Xingchen to get the divine bone, but Lu Xingchen is now in Elder Qin's hands. The inner demons said. Ren Duxing stepped forward, grabbed the inner demon's clothes, and shouted, speak clearly, what's going on? Let go. The inner demons raised his eyebrows. Speak. Ren Duxing roared. I told you to let go. The inner demons lowered his voice and said word by word. Ren Duxing stared at the inner demons aggressively, but in the end, he compromised and let go of the inner demon's clothes. Before going to He Province to find you, I went to see Lu Xingchen and saw through his identity, so I handed him over to Elder Qin. He should be in the prison of God now. So even if Zhong Jin went to the capital, he wouldn't have a chance to see him. The inner demons laughed. Bastard. Ren Duxing suddenly went crazy with anger. But suddenly, he smiled, a very bright smile. The inner demons frowned. Ren Duxing looked at the inner demons and said, do you remember that I told you that I know Zhuge Mingyang's secret? The pupils of the inner demons shrank slightly. Ren Duxing said, this matter was investigated by Lu Xingchen. If you want to know the truth, go find him. The inner demons narrowed their eyes. It was obvious that Ren Duxing wanted to use this point to make him go to the imperial capital to rescue Lu Xingchen. You want to rescue Lu Xingchen without expending a single soldier? Your wishful thinking is really good. But I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I don't really want to know the truth. The inner demons sneered. Really? Then what if I say that Zhuge Mingyang and the eldest prince are biological brothers? Ren Duxing joked. Biological brothers. The inner demons trembled. That's all I can tell you. You can ask Lu Xingchen yourself. Ren Duxing chuckled. After that, he opened a portal, turned around, and left without looking back. Biological brothers, the inner demons muttered to themselves. How was this possible? Whoosh. Qin Feiyang manifested next to the inner demons. His face was also full of disbelief. The inner demons deactivated the kill formula, turned to Qin Feiyang, and said, I won't interfere in this matter. You do as you see fit. After that, the inner demons retreated to the inner world. Qin Feiyang also took control of his physical body. He lowered his head in silence. The eldest prince and Zhuge Mingyang were biological brothers. If what Ren Duxing said was true, then this matter would be a big deal. A moment later, he raised his head and glanced at the desert of death, then took out a portal and was ready to leave. Are you Jiang Haotian? Suddenly, a timid voice sounded. Huh! Qin Feiyang was stunned. He had not used the name Jiang Haotian for many years. And now, the world knew that he was Qin Feiyang. Why would someone still call him by this name? He glanced around and finally found that the voice came from the desert below. Qin Feiyang asked, I am Jiang Haotian. May I ask who you are? It's really you. Accompanied by a joyful voice, the yellow sand below surged. Suddenly, a huge python rushed out of the yellow sand. Its body was dozens of meters long, and its whole body was yellow. Its lantern-like pupils were full of excitement. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He never thought that it would be a python. Do you still remember me? The python flew in front of Qin Feiyang and said excitedly, You are. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Back then, when you and the ruffian wolf wanted to go to the Sea of Despair, I was the one who took you through the Desert of Death. Before we parted, you promised that you would come to me in the future and give me the breakthrough pill and transformation pill. The python transmitted its voice, beaming with joy. So it's you. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized. He finally remembered. That's right. Back then, it was this python in front of him that took him and the white-eyed wolf to the Sea of Despair. Moreover, this python also helped them open the door of potential. Of course. The python didn't know about this. Meeting after a long time, Qin Feiyang was also very happy. He even forgot about his troubles and asked, How have you been these years? I have been waiting for you all these years, but you didn't come to me. The python was a little disappointed. I'm sorry. I was too busy and forgot what I promised you. Qin Feiyang said apologetically. The python laughed, It's fine, as long as you're here. Qin Feiyang was a little ashamed, and asked with a smile, Why are you here? I was meditating in the distance. I suddenly heard the sound of a battle here, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect it to be you. The python said. I'm really sorry. Do you still need the transformation pill and the breakthrough pill now? Qin Feiyang asked. No need. A few years ago, by chance, I came across a dead body. In his Chenkuan bag, I found a lot of pills, including the barrier-breaking pill and the transformation pill. The python said. Qin Feiyang laughed. This is called good people have good karma. How am I a good person? I was just lucky. The python was a little shy. Qin Feiyang sized it up. After all these years, the python's strength had also broken through. 6-star War Emperor. In this desert, it was already strong enough to dominate. Suddenly, he made the next decision in his heart and smiled. Are you willing to leave with me? Leave. The python was a little stunned, obviously not expecting Qin Feiyang to ask such a question. Of course, I won't force you. If you don't want to, I will leave behind some pills, enough for you to break through to the War Master. Qin Feiyang said. I'm willing. The python nodded. Qin Feiyang was slightly startled. This caught him off guard. He originally thought that the python would consider it carefully, but he didn't expect it to agree so straightforwardly. There are some things that I have to tell you in advance. Although you can obtain great strength by following me, you will also face many powerful enemies at the same time. For example, the current imperial advisor and emperor of the Great Qin Empire, Qin Feiyang said. Are they very powerful? The python looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang was startled, and then laughed bitterly. The python had always lived in the Death Desert, so how could it know how powerful the current emperor and the imperial advisor were? They are very strong. Because they are the dominators of this continent, Qin Feiyang patiently explained. He was very grateful to this giant python. Back then, if he were to rely on himself, it would take at least a few years to cross this desert. There was even a great possibility that he would be buried in the Death Desert. After all, at that time, he was only a martial ancestor. He was like this. As long as he was indebted to someone, whether it was a human or a beast, he would repay it double. Hearing Qin Feiyang's explanation, the python sighed. I didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying existence in this world. What about you? What's your cultivation now? It asked again. Qin Feiyang said, 6-star battle saint. A battle saint is simply a godlike existence. The python sighed, but its eyes were even more determined. I'm not afraid, because I also want to be like you and break through with a bang. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, let's go, I'll take you to a place. After saying that, he opened the portal in his hand. The python's enormous body rapidly shrunk. After that, it followed behind Qin Feiyang and entered the teleportation gate. Iron Ox Town. There was nothing left of this small village. Although many days had passed, there was still a tragic aura left in the void. Outside the town, deep in the mountains, a clear lake rippled. A simple courtyard was located beside the lake. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang and the python appeared in front of the courtyard one after another. The python asked suspiciously, "Where is this place?" "My home." Qin Feiyang looked at the courtyard and smiled. "Home?" The python was stunned and looked around curiously. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Fatso and the rest, Wolf King and other beasts all appeared in an instant. In short, in the ancient castle, except for Mu Qing, everyone came out. Seeing so many people and beasts appear at once, and each of them had an extremely powerful aura, the python was so scared that it hurriedly hid behind Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang pulled it out and smiled. "Don't be afraid, they are all my family." After saying that, Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and the others and said, "Everyone, welcome our new partners. Little Worm, long time no see. How are you? Did you miss your brother?" The white-eyed wolf was the first to go up and laughed. "You are." The python looked at the white-eyed wolf and suddenly its eyes trembled and said in surprise, "That ruffian wolf." A row of black lines appeared on the white-eyed wolf's forehead. No matter who it met, they all called it ruffian wolf. Was it really that bad? "Little guy, welcome to the pirate ship." The two-winged snow eagle was also very enthusiastic, but this sentence made Qin Feiyang a little angry. "What pirate ship? Do you know how to speak?" The pangolin also stared at the two-winged snow eagle and ran to the front of the python with a smile. "Don't be nervous, we are all good people." But that smile was very wretched. Good people? The python looked strange. These guys in front of it didn't look like good people at all. The black dragon snake shouted, okay, they just joined and don't know us. What if they are scared away? Join? The python's heart skipped a beat. This seemed to be a special word for bandits and robbers, right? Could this really be a pirate ship? Looking at the python's worried look, Qin Feiyang was quite helpless. He stared at Wolf King and the other beasts and said, "Stop fooling around, hurry up and prepare, we are going to barbecue." Barbecue. Chapter 1188. The giant python glanced at everyone's expressions and asked in a low voice, "What barbecue? Why is everyone so excited?" "Divine meat." Qin Feiyang laughed. "What?" The giant python's eyes widened. "Divine meat? What kind of joke was this? Was this something that ordinary people could eat?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, took out Chang Shui, threw it to Dan Wangxai, and said, "Go and prepare." "All right." Dan Wangxai grabbed Chang Shui and excitedly ran to the lake. He took out the universe bag and took out the holy lion's corpse. Wolf King and the winged snow eagle also immediately followed to help. Not long later, the holy lion was chopped into 8 pieces. There was still a shocking divine might left in the flesh and blood. Fatso and Viper ran far away and found a large pile of firewood. They also moved a few large stones and built a few stoves. Viper took out a few large pots and placed them on top. There were stewing pots, frying pans, steaming pans. After igniting the firewood, the water in the pot quickly boiled. The giant python was stunned. To it, divine beasts were legendary existences that could only be looked at but not touched. But now, it saw with its own eyes that a divine beast was chopped into pieces, thrown into a pot, fried, steamed, and stir-fried. What an inconceivable scene. At the same time, seeing that everyone was busy, Qin Feiyang's face revealed a smile that he hadn't seen for a long time. This smile was very sincere. Then, he silently left the lake and aimlessly wandered around the nearby mountains. The mountains, trees, and rivers here seemed to be hiding an invisible magic power. Every time he returned here, his anxious heart would slowly calm down. Walking to the mountains, breathing in the fresh air and recalling the past, his heart was especially peaceful. This won't do. By the lake. Fatso stood in front of the stove, looking at the divine meat in the few large pots, looking rather annoyed. These divine meat had been in the pot for a while, but there were no signs of cooking. Suddenly, Fatso's eyes lit up as he said, "Boss, let me borrow your nether devil flame." But when he turned to look at Qin Feiyang, he found that Qin Feiyang had already disappeared. "Where's Boss? Where did he go?" He glanced around and asked Lu Hong and the others. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't even know when Qin Feiyang left. This person is too much. He didn't even say goodbye before leaving. Fatso grumbled in dissatisfaction. He looked at Dan Wangxai and chuckled, "Then use your alchemy fire." Dan Wangxai said, "Mine is only a 7th grade alchemy fire." Fatso urged, "There's not much difference between rank 7 and rank 8. Hurry up." "All right." Dan Wangxai nodded. With a thought, a palm-sized alchemy fire appeared. It was the 7th grade alchemy fire that he obtained from the Divine Python tribe's leader. A 7th grade alchemy fire was equivalent to a battle sage. Although it was still far from a false god, it was still better than ordinary dry firewood. "I'll go find Qin Feiyang." Lu Hong glanced at the crowd and said with a smile. Then she turned and walked towards the mountains outside. "I'll go take a look too." Yang Wei smiled and turned to follow her. Fatso was stunned. He turned to look at their backs and exclaimed, "I don't even know where he went." "Where are you going to find him?" Yang Wei smiled without looking back. "This place is only so big. How difficult can it be to find him?" "Up to you." Fatso waved his hand and turned back to stare at the few big pots. His eyes were glowing. Back to Qin Feiyang. Unknowingly, he walked into the small forest and stood on a bluestone. He looked around and didn't speak for a long time. "I finally found you. Soon." Lu Hong and Yang Wei entered the small forest one after the other and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. "Why are you here?" Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and turned to look at the two with a smile. "Because we're worried about you," Lu Hong said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "The fierce beasts here are generally only at the level of a warrior or a martial master. What's there to worry about? It's better to be safe than sorry." Yang Wei smiled and walked to Qin Feiyang. He asked suspiciously, "Why are you standing here?" Qin Feiyang glanced around with a trace of reminiscence in his eyes. He said, "This is where I parted with Uncle Yuan." Yang Wei nodded in realization. It turned out that this kid was thinking of someone else. Qin Feiyang sighed, "I remember that when I was invited to the Lin family, Uncle Yuan sent me off here. But I didn't expect that this farewell would be forever." Lu Hong comforted her, "That won't happen. You two will definitely meet again." Qin Feiyang nodded. In this world, he didn't have many relatives. So whether it was his mother or Uncle Yuan, he cherished them very much. Lu Hong sighed. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Oh right, do you plan to save Lu Xingqian?" Qin Feiyang was silent for a moment and said, "Let me think about it." He personally sent Lu Xingqian to old Qin. Now, he had to rescue him. He couldn't accept it. Lu Hong and Yang Wei looked at each other and fell silent. Qin Feiyang had his own opinions. They couldn't give any opinions. They could only silently guard him. Time passed little by little. After some time, Yang Wei suddenly raised his head and looked at the Iron Ox town not far away. They were not far from the Iron Ox town. They could see it if they raised their heads. Yang Wei seemed to have discovered something. There was a trace of suspicion in his eyes. But he didn't say anything and quickly withdrew his gaze. But soon, he raised his head again and looked at the Iron Ox town. The suspicion in his eyes was even stronger. Suddenly, he looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Is there anyone else in the Iron Ox town?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He shook his head and said, "No, why do you ask?" "No." Yang Wei frowned and muttered, "Then why did I sense a Taoist's aura in the Iron Ox town?" "A human's aura." Qin Feiyang was surprised. He raised his head and looked at the Iron Ox town. Sure enough, he was also in the Iron Ox town. He sensed a weak aura that was difficult to distinguish. But he was sure that it was a person. Whoosh! Immediately, he turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the Iron Ox town. Yang Wei and Lu Hong quickly followed. With Qin Feiyang's current speed, he only needed a few steps to enter the Iron Ox town. But when he entered the Iron Ox town, he found that there was no one here. But in a certain place, he saw something familiar. He took a step forward and landed in the center of the Iron Ox town. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. The Iron Ox town had long ceased to exist. It had now become a huge tomb. And on the ground, there were 3 Buddhist incense sticks. In front of the Buddhist incense, there were 3 plates of fresh fruits and a wine pot. And there was a pile of burning paper money. Next to it, there were a few footprints. Obviously, someone had been worshipping here before. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Go and find it. I want to know who was worshipping here just now." Yang Wei and Lu Hong nodded and immediately split up to search. Qin Feiyang looked at the Buddhist incense, fruits, and wine pot on the ground. His eyes flickered. Not long after, Yang Wei and Lu Hong came back. Yang Wei shook his head and said, "The aura has disappeared." "I didn't find it either." Lu Hong said. "Strange. Everyone in the Iron Ox town has been killed. Who would come here to worship?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Hong said, "Could it be a villager in the Iron Ox town?" On the same day, the battle between Zhongjin and the invincible Black Army had indeed destroyed the entire Iron Ox town. But it could not be ruled out that someone just happened to be outside and luckily escaped. "It can't be a villager in the Iron Ox town." Yang Wei shook his head. "How do you know?" Lu Hong was stunned and asked. "It's very simple. If it's just an ordinary villager, it's impossible to slip away under our eyes." Yang Wei said. "That's true." Lu Hong nodded. After sensing the aura, they immediately came to the Iron Ox town. In other words, the mysterious person who came to worship left during the time when they came to the Iron Ox town. It took them no more than 3 breaths to come to the Iron Ox town. How could an ordinary villager escape their tracking in 3 breaths of time? There was only one explanation. This person was a cultivator, and he was very strong. Lu Hong looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "In addition to you, are there any other powerful cultivators in the Iron Ox town outside?" "Yes. Lin Yi, Luo Chenxue." Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong said in surprise, "Could it be them?" "No. Because if it were them, they wouldn't leave without saying goodbye." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Yang Wei looked down at the footprints on the ground and said, "The key is that these footprints look like women's. The footprints of men were relatively wide, but the footprints on the ground were somewhat slender. Who could it be?" Qin Feiyang stared at the footprints and muttered to himself. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and took out the image crystal. Buzz. Wolf King's phantom emerged. Qin Feiyang said, "Come to the Iron Ox town immediately." Now, he could only rely on Wolf King's sense of smell to determine the identity of this person. Not long after, Wolf King came and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry? What happened? See for yourself." Qin Feiyang said. Wolf King glanced around suspiciously and soon noticed the Buddhist incense on the ground. He said in surprise, "Who burned this incense?" "I don't know. This person just left not long ago. Smell it with your nose and see if you can distinguish his identity." Qin Feiyang said. "Okay." Wolf King nodded. He closed his eyes and sniffed with force. Strange, after a long time, he opened his eyes. His eyes were full of confusion. "What's wrong?" Lu Hong asked. Wolf King said, "This smell is very special. It's the body fragrance of 2 women. 2 women? Lu Hong looked startled and asked, "Is it Lin Yi and Luo Chenxue?" "It's not them. Because I am very familiar with their body fragrance. I can smell it at once. And these 2 body fragrances, I also have a sense of déjà vu, but it feels very strange." Wolf King said. "Familiar? Strange? Isn't this contradictory?" Lu Hong frowned. Wolf King said, "Yes, it's so contradictory. That's why I said it's very special." Qin Feiyang said, "That is to say, we have seen these 2 women before. We must have seen them before. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel familiar." Chapter 1189. "I've seen them before, they're still very strong, and they're 2 women." Qin Feiyang racked his brains, but he just couldn't remember such 2 people. Because in his memory, there was no such woman. Qin Feiyang said, I want to wait here, you guys go back first. The 2 men and 1 wolf nodded and flew away. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the Buddhist incense, wine jug, and fruits on the ground. He sighed deeply, turned around, and flew out of Iron Ox Town, finding a mountain peak. Standing at the top of the mountain, one could see the entire Iron Ox Town. Immediately, he restrained his aura and watched Iron Ox Town from afar. Days passed. Although Qin Feiyang had also thought that the mysterious person who came to pay his respects shouldn't appear again, he still held on to a trace of hope. But on the 10th day, he left in disappointment. By the lake, seeing Qin Feiyang return, Fatso chuckled, "You're back just in time, come and try it." Qin Feiyang landed beside Fatso and the others, looking at the few big pots. After 10 days of unremitting efforts, the divine meat was finally cooked. From afar, one could smell the rich fragrance of the meat, making one's mouth salivate. Qin Feiyang tasted a piece, and his face immediately bloomed. He nodded and said, "Not bad. Everyone, quickly have a taste." Everyone immediately swarmed over. Not long after, a wail sounded. The giant python was lying on the ground, constantly struggling. Its body had turned red and was still smoking. "What's going on?" Everyone looked at it in surprise. "So hot, I feel like my body is about to explode," the giant python cried out in horror. "It shouldn't be. We're all eating the same, why are we fine?" Everyone was bewildered. The giant python's appearance became more and more painful. Its body swelled up like a balloon. Qin Feiyang looked at the giant python, and his eyes suddenly flashed. He took out the ice blade and threw it into the lake next to him. The terrifying cold air immediately turned the lake into a frozen lake. The cold current was bone-chilling. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Quickly enter the lake." When the giant python heard this, it hurriedly jumped into the lake, splashing up huge waves. The white-eyed wolf looked at the lake, then turned to Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, "Little Qinzi, what's wrong with it? Are you allergic to the divine meat?" "Allergies?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. This white-eyed wolf really had a rich imagination. Wolf King asked suspiciously, "If it's not an allergy, then what is it?" "It's because its cultivation is too weak, and its body can't withstand the energy in the divine flesh. If we don't suppress it, it will definitely explode and die," Qin Feiyang said. "I see." Everyone suddenly understood. Qin Feiyang said, "But for it, this is a great fortune." "What good fortune?" Wolf King asked. "Just wait and see." Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. Everyone stared at the lake, their eyes full of confusion. About 100 breaths later. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted at the bottom of the lake. It was the giant python's aura, but in the next moment, its aura soared crazily. In less than 3 breaths, its aura had soared to that of a 7-star combat emperor. Wolf King asked in surprise, "Is this the good fortune you mentioned?" "Yes. The flesh of a divine beast can not only strengthen one's physique, but also increase one's cultivation realm." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Hurry up and eat. Don't fight, it's all mine." Hearing this, everyone immediately pounced on the big pots like hungry wolves pouncing on their food. Strengthen their physique and increase their cultivation realm. How could they let others have such a good thing? Everyone went crazy, especially Wolf King and the other beasts, who wolfed down the divine meat. Soon, only half of the divine meat was left. Soon, everyone couldn't stand it and jumped into the lake. During this period, the giant python rushed out of the lake. After tasting the sweetness, it also started to fight with everyone. Boom! For a moment, powerful auras kept erupting from the lake. Even Yang Wei broke through to a 3-star combat emperor because he ate the divine meat. Qin Feiyang wouldn't miss such a good opportunity and successfully stepped into the 7-star combat saint realm. However, after breaking through a small realm, the benefits that the divine meat brought to everyone obviously began to weaken. The sky gradually darkened. Several big pots of divine meat were all wiped out, not even a little bit of heat was left. Everyone sat cross-legged by the lake, refining the energy in the divine meat. Only the giant python was still in the lake. Its cultivation was too weak. For if it didn't rely on external help, it wouldn't be able to digest such a great supplement. And its cultivation had already stepped into the 9-star Combat Emperor realm. Qin Feiyang had also helped it open the door of potential and was currently trying to break through to the War Master realm. Time passed quietly. Early morning. The morning sun rose slowly, and the warm sunlight dispelled the remaining cold air of the night. Yang Wei was the first to wake up. When he opened his eyes, 2 rays of light burst out from his eyes. Comfortable. He stood up, exuding a tyrannical aura. In just one night, his body had become much more robust. His entire person looked as if he had been reborn. Phew. He let out a long breath of turbid air, turned around, and glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others. He then stood to the side, silently protecting everyone. Noon. Boom. Qin Feiyang, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly trembled, and a mighty holy aura emerged. Is he going to break through again? Yang Wei's gaze trembled as he looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang's holy aura continued to soar, as if he was about to break through to the 8-star Combat Saint realm, but in the end, his holy aura stopped at the peak of the 7-star Combat Saint realm. He was just one step away from becoming an 8-star Combat Saint. What a pity. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and retracted his holy aura. A trace of disappointment appeared on his face. You should be content. Yang Wei smiled. Qin Feiyang looked up at him and smiled. Yes, he should be content. Although he was not as exaggerated as the giant python, who could break through several realms in a day, to be able to break through from the 6-star Combat Saint realm to the peak of the 7-star Combat Saint realm was a very big gain. In fact, he had gained more than the giant python. This was because the time and energy required for a combat saint to break through a small realm was much more than that of a combat emperor. Moreover, his cultivation was now at the peak of the 7-star combat saint realm. It would not be long before he broke through again and stepped into the 8-star combat saint realm. It could be said that, in just one night, his strength skyrocketed several times. He was also getting closer and closer to the combat emperor realm. As long as he broke through to the Combat Emperor realm and activated the kill formula, he would be invincible against anyone below the false god realm. He might even be able to fight against a false god. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and calmed down the excitement in his heart. He looked at Yang Wei and asked with a smile, "What about you? How was your gain?" "Very good. Not only did I break through to the 3-star Combat Emperor realm, but my physical body is also much stronger than before. I feel that I can kill someone of the same realm in an instant with just the strength of my physical body." Yang Wei said with undisguised joy. "That's right. Our biggest gain this time is not our cultivation, but our physical body. The Saint Lion has the body of a false god, and its flesh contains the power of a false god. We ate its divine flesh, which is equivalent to our physical body being tempered by the power of a false god. Whether it is toughness or strength, they have all been greatly improved. I also feel that I can kill someone of the same realm in an instant with a punch." Qin Feiyang clenched his fists tightly. He could clearly feel the explosive power in his body. Yang Wei smiled and said, "Although the Saint Lion is not a true war god, it is still a divine beast. The benefits it brings are naturally unimaginable." Qin Feiyang nodded. But then again, if a false god-level divine beast could bring such great benefits to everyone, how shocking would it be if it was a true war god-level divine beast? Unfortunately, a true war god-level divine beast could no longer be found in this world. Otherwise, he would really want to try. Time flew by. Viper and Dan Wangcai also woke up one after another. Viper finally broke through to the 1-star Combat Emperor realm. Dan Wangcai also broke through to the 2-star Combat Emperor realm. After that, Fatso and the White-Eyed Wolf also woke up one after another. Their cultivation was much weaker than Qin Feiyang, and they broke through 2 small realms consecutively. For example, the White-Eyed Wolf and the 2-Winged Snow Eagle were both 6-star battle saints now. At the same time, it also showed that the White-Eyed Wolf's talent and potential were indeed much stronger than the 2-Winged Snow Eagle. Because when the 2-Winged Snow Eagle stepped into the Battle Saint realm, the White-Eyed Wolf was only a War Master. In short, Everyone's strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. In the end, everyone had already woken up. Only the giant python was still in the lake and had not appeared. And the lake did not have any movements. A thick layer of ice had already formed on the surface of the lake. White mist rose and cold air filled the air. Everyone stood by the lake and stared at the surface of the lake. They could not help but worry. The white-eyed wolf said, "Do you think this guy is dead? Shut your crow's beak." Qin Feiyang glared at it. Although there was no movement in the lake, the giant python's aura did not disappear. This meant that it was still refining the energy of the divine flesh. A moment later, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at everyone. It should be a long time before it comes out. Take advantage of this time to stabilize your cultivation. Everyone nodded. Except for Lu Hong and Yang Wei, everyone else sat cross-legged on the ground and closed their eyes to cultivate. Lu Hong walked to Qin Feiyang's side and whispered, "Should we think of a way to deal with Zhongjin?" Yang Wei said suspiciously, "We don't even know where he is now. How can we deal with him?" Qin Feiyang said, "He is in the imperial capital. With old man Qin guarding the pagoda, how can he sneak into the imperial capital?" Yang Wei was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "Old man Qin is indeed guarding the pagoda, but don't forget, old man Qin left before. But we can't be sure that he is in the imperial capital now. After all, he went to find Lu Xingchen. When he learned that Lu Xingchen had fallen into old man Qin's hands, he would definitely leave the imperial capital immediately." Yang Wei said. "No. At first, no one knew that Lu Xingchen had fallen into old man Qin's hands except for me. Zhongjin naturally wouldn't know. And when he entered the imperial capital and found that he couldn't contact Lu Xingchen, what do you think he would do? If it were you, what would you do in such a situation?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "What would I do?" Yang Wei frowned and said, "If it were me, I would probably leave immediately or stay to inquire about the situation. Yes. If it were anyone else, they would probably leave immediately like you. But Zhongjin is different. He would definitely stay to inquire about the situation." Chapter 1190. Why? Yang Wei was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "Because of his conceit." "He is not just conceited." Lu Hong smiled coldly and looked at Qin Feiyang. When Dongqing confessed, she also said that he wanted to use you as a stepping stone. Stepping stone? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. After following Mu Tianyang, not only did his strength soar, but his self-confidence and vanity also began to inflate. Lu Hong shook her head and sneered. Among the younger generation in the world, who dared to say that they would use Qin Feiyang as a stepping stone? This Zhongjin really didn't know what was good for him and overestimated himself. Then let him continue to be arrogant. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Originally, he still had some sympathy for Zhongjin, but now it seemed that he was thinking too much. There was a saying that a pitiful person must have something hateful. This Zhongjin was a good example. By the way, these days, have you seen the two women who came to worship? Yang Wei asked. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You don't have to worry about this. Since they came to worship, they must have some connection with Iron Ox Town. Maybe one day, they will take the initiative to appear in front of you. Lu Hong comforted. Qin Feiyang nodded. Next. The three of them also sat cross-legged on the ground to stabilize their cultivation. In a flash, another 5 days passed. This time, even Qin Feiyang couldn't stay calm. Even if the giant python's cultivation was weaker than everyone, it didn't need to take so long. Moreover, it was also because of its weak cultivation that it ate the least divine meat among all of them. Logically speaking, it should have woken up long ago. But why was there no movement until now? If it wasn't for its aura, even Qin Feiyang would think that it was already dead. No. I have to go down and take a look. Qin Feiyang said. The giant python had just started following him. If something were to happen to it, wouldn't he become a laughingstock if word got out? Boom. However, just as he stood up, a shocking aura rushed out from the bottom of the lake. In an instant, everyone stood up. This aura belonged to the giant python. Her aura continued to soar. 1-star battle sect. 2-star battle ancestor. He only stopped when he was a 3-star war ancestor. Damn, it actually broke through 3 small realms in a row? Everyone was dumbfounded. But then, an even more shocking scene appeared. The giant python's aura was gradually changing. Amidst the original ferocious might, there was now a faint trace of dragon might. What's the situation? Everyone looked at each other before looking at the lake again. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment. As time quietly passed, the dragon's might became more and more intense. Grown, suddenly, accompanied by a loud and clear dragon roar, a huge creature rushed out from the bottom of the lake, setting off huge waves. Its body was over 300 meters long, and it looked like a snake or a dragon. Its entire body was covered in earthen yellow scales. That dragon might came from its body. This is Flood Dragon. Qin Feiyang and the others were all dumbfounded. The black dragon snake swallowed its saliva and said, "You can't be, it's me, can't you recognize me?" The flood dragon looked at everyone in confusion. His voice was like a bell, deafening to the ears. "It's really you. How did you transform into a flood dragon?" The black dragon snake's eyes were filled with disbelief. That's right. The flood dragon in front of him was the giant python. The flood dragon said, "I don't know either. After eating the divine meat, I fell into a deep sleep at the bottom of the lake. When I woke up, I became like this." The black dragon snake held its breath and roared at Qin Feiyang and the others. "Did you see that? This is called a great fortune. What is our little harvest?" Everyone couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Indeed. Compared to the giant python, their little harvest was like heaven and earth. One had to know. Whether it was a snake or a python, as long as it transformed into a flood dragon, it was equivalent to a fish leaping through the dragon's gate, a true rebirth. Although it couldn't compare to a real divine dragon, it was much stronger than other fierce beasts. The most important thing was, once it transformed into a flood dragon, whether it was the power of its bloodline or its potential, it would undergo earth-shaking changes. It might even be able to transform into a real divine dragon in the future. "I'm a little jealous of you," the black dragon snake said powerlessly. "I'm a little jealous too," the spirit snake emperor muttered. Although the black dragon snake looked like a dragon, it didn't have the inheritance of a dragon. And although the spirit snake emperor was powerful, it was completely unrelated to a dragon. Therefore, they also yearned to transform into a real dragon. But this kind of thing was impossible without a particularly heaven-defying opportunity and luck. Hihi, looking at the two beasts' discouraged looks, the flood dragon felt a little embarrassed. Qin Feiyang patted the heads of the two beasts and said with a smile, "All right, don't be dejected. There's still a long time. Who can predict what will happen in the future?" "That's true." The two beasts nodded. Qin Feiyang looked up at the flood dragon and said with a smile, "Congratulations." The flood dragon chuckled and said shyly, "This is all your credit. I will definitely repay you in the future. We're all on the same side. Why are you being so polite?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then, he retracted his ice blade and looked at everyone. "After resting for a while, it's time to deal with business. Let's go to the castle to cultivate." Everyone nodded. The flood dragon's huge body shrank to a meter long and flew in front of everyone. It looked a little distant. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent everyone to the castle, leaving only Yang Wei outside. "Where are we going now?" Yang Wei asked. "The imperial capital." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He took out the space-time gate and handed it to Yang Wei. Yang Wei activated his battle chi and was about to awaken. "Wait." But suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped him. "What's wrong?" Yang Wei was puzzled. "Let's enter the imperial capital through the teleportation altar in the Butterfly Valley," Qin Feiyang said. The space-time gate could only be opened once a day. If it was opened now and an accident happened after entering the imperial capital, wouldn't it be disastrous? Therefore, it was better to leave the space-time gate open in case of any accidents. But when he heard that they were going to the Butterfly Valley, Yang Wei immediately objected. "The Butterfly Valley must be heavily guarded now. If you go there now, Won't you be walking into a trap? Qin Feiyang frowned and said, let's go and take a look first. All right. Yang Wei nodded helplessly and opened the teleportation gate. The two of them walked in one after another. Qin Feiyang went to the imperial capital for Zhongjin and Lu Xingchen. There was no point in looking for Ren Duxing now. He would definitely not be able to find him. Therefore, he might as well look for Lu Xingchen and Zhongjin directly. Above the Butterfly Valley, Qin Feiyang and Zhongjin appeared out of thin air. The moment they appeared, Yang Wei scanned the valley below, his eyes full of vigilance. However, in the end, he found that there was not a single person in the huge valley. It was dead silent. This is strange. Why didn't they send anyone to guard it? Yang Wei was suspicious. Unless they send a false god, they are all here to die. Qin Feiyang said. Yang Wei was stunned and could not help laughing. He was too cautious. Indeed. Over the years, they killed a group of people sent by the imperial capital. In the face of such a situation, as long as the people in the imperial capital were not stupid, they would definitely consider carefully before sending people here. Whoosh. The two of them turned into a stream of light and rushed down. After a while, the two of them entered the secret chamber and stood in front of the teleportation altar. Yang Wei immediately activated his battle aura to revive the altar. When the altar was revived, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Old man Qin is no longer trustworthy, you must be careful. Qin Feiyang nodded, sent Yang Wei to the castle, and stepped onto the altar. For him, the imperial capital was now a dragon's pool and tiger's den. But sometimes, even if he knew it was a dragon's pool and tiger's den, he still had to take a trip. At the same time, pagoda. When the teleportation altar was revived, the pagoda door quickly opened. A white-haired old man stood in front of the pagoda door. It was old man Qin. He looked at the bloody teleportation altar, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, he took a step forward and landed in front of the altar. Then, with a wave of his hand, the pagoda door quickly closed again. Almost the moment the pagoda door closed, Qin Feiyang appeared on the altar. Old man Qin said indifferently, It's really you. Qin Feiyang jumped down from the altar and looked at old man Qin. It seems that you have been waiting for me. Old man Qin said, Didn't you come to the imperial capital to look for this old man? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Old man Qin said, Speak. I want Lu Xingchen. Qin Feiyang did not talk nonsense and directly stated the purpose of his visit. Old man Qin raised his eyebrows and said, What do you want him to do? Qin Feiyang said, Don't worry about that. The news of Mu Tianyang's return has been confirmed. And Lu Xingchen is related to Mu Tianyang. Do you think this old man will return him to you? Even if this old man is willing, His Majesty and the Imperial Preceptor will not allow this old man to do so. Because they also know that Lu Xingchen is now imprisoned in the Divine Prison. So this matter is not negotiable. Old man Qin's attitude was very firm. And this was also within Qin Feiyang's expectations. He smiled coldly and said, Then I'll tell you the truth. The relationship between Lu Xingchen and Mu Tianyang is actually not that great. Not that great. Old man Qin was stunned and frowned. Didn't you tell this old man that Lu Xingchen is Mu Tianyang? Qin Feiyang said indifferently, If I didn't say that, would you do your best to help me watch over him? Old man Qin's face darkened slightly and asked, Then who is Mu Tianyang's real body? Qin Feiyang said, Didn't you see it? It's the person who fought with the Imperial Preceptor in the hinterland of the magical Dragon Mountains. Old man Qin stared at Qin Feiyang in silence. He really didn't know which of Qin Feiyang's words was true and which were false. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, Mu Tianyang is omnipotent and only I can find him. If you don't return Lu Xingchen to me, then I'm sorry, I won't care about this matter anymore. Are you threatening this old man? Old man Qin's eyes were cold. So what if I'm threatening you? At first, I thought you were a good person, at least a little better than the Imperial Preceptor. But in the end, you actually schemed against me. If I wasn't suspicious, I still wouldn't know how much of a threat your killing intent was to me. Do you know? You're cheating my trust in you. And trust only comes once. If you miss it, It's gone. Qin Feiyang sneered. Old man Qin's face was slightly gloomy. After a long time, he sighed deeply and said, "Fine, this matter is indeed my fault. This old man will do as you say and return Lu Xingchen to you." Heard. Qin Feiyang's expression was the same as usual, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he looked so calm before, he was actually very nervous. After all, old man Qin was not an ordinary person. The slightest flaw would be noticed. Old man Qin waved his hand. Qin Feiyang only felt his body lighten. The next moment, he appeared in a sealed secret room. The secret room was not big. It was about 100 feet wide and empty. Lu Xingchen was lying in the center of the secret room, unconscious. "This is the divine prison." Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Xingchen, then looked around the secret room, his brows tightly knitted together. The secret room in front of him was not the least bit similar to the divine prison he was familiar with. Old man Qin said, "This is not the divine prison, but the top floor of the pagoda. Only a few people can enter here and it can be isolated from the outside world. It can be considered a prison." The top floor of the pagoda? Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. "Then why did you say that Lu Xingchen was locked in the divine prison?" "This old man is just testing you," said the old man. Old man Qin said. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "So, the emperor and the state preceptor know that Lu Xingchen is also lying to me?" "Yes. They don't know that Lu Xingchen is in my hands. They don't know that Lu Xingchen is related to Mu Tianyang." Old man Qin nodded. "Why didn't you tell them?" This time, it was Qin Feiyang who was puzzled. Old man Qin actually hid such an important matter from the emperor? It was obviously unreasonable. Old man Qin said, "Because now, I don't want them to know that I have private contact with you." Qin Feiyang said, "Is this important?" "Very important. Although I did scheme against you this time, I really don't have any ill intentions towards you. Otherwise, my murderous intent would have killed you long ago." Old man Qin sighed. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "What exactly do you want to do?" "I want to protect the great Qin Empire. I can't see through the state preceptor, so I have to be wary of him. And you, although you are indeed protecting the great Qin Empire now, I can't guess or see what you are thinking, so I have to be wary of you. This is why I lied to you." Old man Qin said. "Protect the great Qin Empire," Qin Feiyang murmured. Putting aside the prejudice of the past, this person was indeed an old man worthy of respect. But was he really trustworthy? Qin Feiyang said, "What about the emperor? I can understand why you didn't tell the state preceptor, but why did you hide it from him?" Old Qin pondered for a moment before he let out a long sigh and said, "I've watched your father grow up, so I know him very well. However, I've slowly noticed that he has changed during these years." "He has changed?" Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Old man Qin shook his head and said, "The change I'm talking about is not in his emotions, but his personality." "Personality?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes. His personality has become more and more unfathomable, and he has become extremely shrewd and unpredictable. It's precisely because I can't guess what he is thinking that I hid it from him." Old man Qin said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Old man Qin waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this. You can take Lu Xingchen away, but you have to agree to a request of mine." "Speak." Qin Feiyang said. Old man Qin said with a serious expression, "Don't do anything that will harm the great Qin Empire. Otherwise, even if you have the legacy of the late emperor and have the protection of the late emperor, I won't let you off. I don't need you to remind me of this." Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Chapter 1191. It was because of his ancestor that he activated the purple gold dragon soul. It was because of his ancestor that he obtained the dragon god secret art. It was also because of his ancestor that his bloodline power could revert to its ancestor. And it was also because of his ancestor that his life could be extended. Back then, if it weren't for his ancestor's protection, he would have already died when he destroyed his bloodline power. Therefore, he had to protect the territory left by his ancestor, even if it was at the cost of his life. Old man Qin took a deep look at Qin Feiyang, breathed a sigh of relief, and smiled. "Then you can take him away." Although he couldn't see through Qin Feiyang, he still believed in this point. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Lu Xingchen to the castle. Old man Qin asked, "Where are you going next?" "To find someone." Qin Feiyang said. "Who?" Old man Qin was suspicious. Mu Tianyang's lackey. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. "A blood debt must be repaid with blood." Old man Qin said, "Do you need this old man's help?" "No, you just have to tell me, since you came back from the Magic Dragon mountain range, has anyone left the capital?" Qin Feiyang said. "No." Old man Qin shook his head. "Then he will definitely die today," Qin Feiyang sneered. Old man Qin's face couldn't help but show a trace of sympathy. This was sympathy for Zhong Jin. Being targeted by this kid in front of him was even more painful and desperate than being targeted by the devil. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "By the way, there's something I must tell you." "What?" Qin Feiyang asked. Old man Qin said, "After returning from the Magic Dragon mountain range, the Imperial Preceptor accused you of treason in front of His Majesty, saying that you and Mu Tianyang are colluding to overthrow the great Qin Empire. Do you believe it?" Qin Feiyang sneered. Old man Qin said, "It doesn't matter if I believe it or not, but His Majesty seems to believe it." Qin Feiyang said, "I think he's getting more and more muddle-headed." Old man Qin frowned. "He's your father after all. Isn't it inappropriate to say that?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Seeing this, Old man Qin sighed inwardly and immediately changed the topic with a smile. "Take out your image crystal. We'll establish a contract bridge so that we can contact each other in the future." Qin Feiyang nodded. After the contract bridge was established, Old man Qin brought Qin Feiyang to the first floor of the pagoda. He smiled and said, "Go do your work. If you need any help, don't hesitate to let me know." Qin Feiyang glanced at him, then turned and walked towards the tower door. Old man Qin waved his hand and the pagoda door opened. Just as Qin Feiyang walked out of the pagoda, a terrifying aura came from afar. He immediately raised his head to look, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "It's the Imperial Tutor." Old man Qin's expression also changed. He hurriedly walked to Qin Feiyang's side and said in a deep voice, "Go to the top floor and hide." After saying that, with a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang instantly disappeared without a trace. Not long after, an old man in white broke through the air and landed on the square in front of the pagoda. Who else could it be but the State Preceptor? Old man Qin smiled calmly and asked, "State Preceptor, where are you going?" "Nowhere." The State Preceptor was also full of smiles. Old man Qin asked suspiciously, "Then what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're here to enjoy the scenery. There's nothing to see here. I'm busy every day. How can I have time for such boring things? I'm here this time with His Majesty's Imperial Edict." The State Preceptor said. "What Imperial Edict?" Old man Qin frowned. The State Preceptor smiled and said, "His Majesty orders you to go to the Spirit State and guard the Butterfly Valley." "Impossible." Old man Qin immediately said. "See for yourself." The State Preceptor waved his hand, and an Imperial Edict fell into Old man Qin's hand. Old man Qin opened the Imperial Edict and looked at it. His face instantly darkened. He looked up at the State Preceptor and asked, "Why do I have to go?" "I have no choice. Qin Feiyang's strength is getting stronger. If we continue to send the Invincible Black Army and the Kirin Army to the Spirit State, we will only die in vain. So I have to trouble you, the famous false god." The State Preceptor said. Old man Qin said angrily, "I'm not the only false god in the Imperial Palace. You and those old monsters are the same. Why don't you all go? But I have to go. Those old monsters have all entered a state of self-sealing. His Majesty naturally can't let them go. As for me, I have to deal with all the trivial matters in the godly palace. I can't leave. So I have to let you go." The State Preceptor said. Old man Qin said in a deep voice, "What about the pagoda? Who will guard it?" The State Preceptor laughed and said, "Do you remember Zhuge Nanhua? Although he's not as strong as you, he's still a 9-star combat emperor. It's not a problem for him to guard this pagoda." Zhuge Nanhua, Old Man Qin's eyes flickered. The state preceptor said with a smile, "Get ready. We'll go to the spirit state tomorrow. If you meet Qin Feiyang there, don't let him run away. Otherwise, your reputation as a false god will be ruined." Then, he turned around and left. After watching the state preceptor leave, Old Man Qin looked down at the imperial edict. With a glint in his eyes, he turned around and entered the pagoda, landing on the top floor. "What is the state preceptor doing here?" Qin Feiyang asked. "See for yourself." Old Man Qin threw the imperial edict to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang caught the imperial edict and looked at Old Man Qin suspiciously. He opened the imperial edict and smiled. "I didn't expect them to think that I'm so important. They want me, a false god, to guard the Butterfly Valley just to deal with you. Do you think you're so awesome? You think you're special?" Old Man Qin said angrily. "Don't you think so?" Qin Feiyang retorted. Old Man Qin rolled his eyes at him with an irritated expression. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Actually, this is a good thing. I often go to the Forgotten Continent. With you around, it'll be more convenient." "Of course, I know that. What I'm worried about is that if I'm not in the imperial capital, the state preceptor will be even more lawless. Because no one can suppress him." Old Man Qin said. Qin Feiyang said, "Aren't there other false gods? They're all sealing themselves. They won't care about what happens outside. Unless it's like last time, when you brought 2 false gods to the imperial capital. Most importantly, the person who will guard the pagoda is Zhuge Nanhua." Old Man Qin rubbed his temples. He had a headache. Zhuge Nanhua? Qin Feiyang frowned. This name sounded familiar. Old Man Qin said, "Don't you remember? Zhuge Nanhua is Zhuge Mingyang's great-grandfather. He's also the hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall. So it's him." Qin Feiyang was enlightened. "This person's cultivation is also very strong. I heard that he has reached the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. He's only 1 step away from the false god realm. But that's not the point. The point is that he's the state preceptor's confidant," Old Man Qin said. "What? He's also the state preceptor's confidant?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "That's right. I've investigated all the people around the state preceptor. On the surface, they seem to be loyal to the emperor, but in reality, they're all loyal to the state preceptor. The state preceptor's wings are fat now. I really don't know what he'll do after I'm gone." Old Man Qin was worried. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, "Don't worry and go to the Butterfly Valley. I'll investigate the state preceptor." "You?" Old Man Qin looked at Qin Feiyang strangely and said, "It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that this matter is too difficult. You can't even get close to him. How are you going to investigate him? Investigating a person doesn't necessarily mean getting close to him. In short, I'm confident," Qin Feiyang said. Seeing Qin Feiyang's confident face, Old Man Qin frowned and nodded. "Well, I'll leave this matter to you." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Send me out." Old Man Qin brought Qin Feiyang directly to the square in front of the pagoda. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened the portal. "There's one more thing. I want to remind you. Don't cause trouble in the imperial capital in the future. Because not only are there other false gods hiding in the imperial capital, but there's also a powerful divine artifact." Just as Qin Feiyang was about to enter the portal, Old Man Qin secretly transmitted his voice. "A powerful divine artifact." Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed. He turned to look at Old Man Qin and said, "I'll remember." After saying that, he entered the portal without looking back. The future belongs to him. Old Man Qin shook his head and sighed. He also opened the portal and left. Black Dragon Pool. Qin Feiyang once again appeared in this place, but he didn't stop and went to the castle. Inside the castle, everyone was cultivating in seclusion. Only Yang Wei stood at the side, looking at Lu Xingchen and Mu Qing. Both of them were unconscious. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them and said to Yang Wei, "Wake Mu Qing up." "En." Yang Wei nodded, walked up, and slapped Mu Qing a few times. Immediately, Mu Qing woke up, his face twisted in pain. Lord! When he saw Lu Xingchen, he immediately forgot about the pain. He quickly got up and ran towards Lu Xingchen. Stop! Yang Wei stepped in the middle, his eyes flashing coldly. Mu Qing turned to Qin Feiyang and roared, "If you dare to mess around, I promise I won't let you off." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "That depends on your performance." "What do you want me to do?" Mu Qing said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang said, "Use your heavenly eye to find Zhongjin's whereabouts." "I can't do it." Mu Qing shook his head. "Why?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Mu Qing said, "The heavenly eye is not omnipotent. Before looking, I have to know what he looks like, and I have never seen Zhongjin." Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, "Then how did you find Lu Xingchen in the Nine Nether Underworld? It seems that you haven't seen Lu Xingchen at that time, right? How do you know that I haven't seen him?" Mu Qing sneered. "When did you see him?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Mu Qing said, "You want to know? I won't tell you. It seems that I have to make a move." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Chang Shui appeared. "Stop." Mu Qing's face changed, and he quickly shouted, "I'll tell you, it's because of a divine artifact." "A divine artifact?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "The gate of time and space?" "No. It's another divine artifact of the Mu family. This divine artifact was made by his lord himself. When it was made, his lord added his blood into it, so when his lord woke up, the divine artifact would have some reaction. The Mu family relied on this divine artifact to find his lord. You also know that with the gate of time and space, we can go in and out of any place at will, so before entering the Nine Nether Underworld, I had already seen Lu Xingchen." Mu Qing said. "Amazing, there's actually another divine artifact." Chapter 1192. Mu Qing snorted. "You can't even begin to imagine the power of the Mu family." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Don't worry. This divine artifact will fall into my hands sooner or later." Mu Qing's face was suddenly filled with anger. How dare he say that? Was he looking down on the Mu family? Qin Feiyang took out a spiritual sea pill and threw it to Mu Qing. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and repair your qi si." Mu Qing grabbed the spirit sea pellet and gloomily glanced at Qin Feiyang. Then, he threw the spirit sea pellet into his mouth and said, "It's still the same as before. If I haven't seen him before, I won't be able to find his location." "That's easy." Qin Feiyang chuckled. His battle qi surged, and Zhongjin's figure immediately condensed in the void. Mu Qing was annoyed. Couldn't he tell that he didn't want to help? Why did he have to force him? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Can you do it now?" Mu Qing said, "If he changes his appearance, I can't find him either." Swish. Qin Feiyang stepped forward, grabbed Mu Qing's neck, and sneered. "Are you challenging my patience? If you can't find him after changing his appearance, then how did you find me when I changed my appearance?" Mu Qing's pupils shrank. "I'm telling you, don't play tricks with me again. Otherwise, you and Lu Xingchen will die today." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, let go of Mu Qing, and left the castle. Black Dragon Pool. The mountain range stretched up and down, and all kinds of fierce beasts ran rampant in the mountains. Qin Feiyang rose into the air and landed on the cliff of a mountain, looking down at the mountains below. Every time he entered the imperial capital, he would come here. Unknowingly, this place had become his foothold in the imperial capital. He pondered for a moment. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Yang Wei and Lu Hong from the ancient castle. The three of them worked together to cut down wood and gather materials. In less than an hour, they built a brand new wooden building on the mountain peak. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the small wooden house and nodded with satisfaction. He smiled and said, "This will be our home in the capital from now on." Yang Wei and Lu Hong looked at each other and smiled. "Since it's a home, we should decorate it well," Lu Hong said with a smile. She then turned around and flew down the mountain. What is she going to do? Yang Wei was suspicious. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "It's a woman's nature to love beauty. She must have gone to find those flowers and plants to decorate this place." Yang Wei shook his head and smiled. Wang. At this moment, the image crystal began to move. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. A shadow appeared. It was Fatso. Fatso said, Mu Qing's Sea of Qi has been repaired. Got it. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned off the image crystal. With a wave of his hand, Mu Qing immediately appeared beside him. You are really leisurely and elegant. Glancing at the small wooden house, Mu Qing smiled coldly. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, You can come here often if you have time in the future. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Don't worry. There will definitely be a chance. Mu Qing said meaningfully. Wisps of strange light appeared in his eyes. After a while, the light in his eyes dissipated. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Zhongjin is in the fragrant moon brothel. He is sitting in a corner of the hall. Which fragrant moon brothel? Qin Feiyang asked. The fragrant moon brothel had many branches in the imperial capital. The first district. Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang asked, Did he change his appearance? Yes. Mu Qing waved his hand. A middle-aged man appeared in the void in front of him. He said, This is his current appearance. You can even see his current appearance. Your all-seeing eye is really powerful. It's a pity that you can't inherit the fighting soul. Qin Feiyang sighed. Mu Qing's face was immediately filled with anger. Because as long as he was not a fool, he could understand the meaning of these words. Obviously, he was thinking about his all-seeing eye. Qin Feiyang laughed and sent Mu Qing to the castle. Fatso immediately destroyed his Sea of Qi. Fatso, you just wait. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. Mu Qing was furious. This was the third time that his Sea of Qi had been destroyed. When had he ever been treated like this? Still arrogant. Just wait. Fat Lord will make you kneel and beg for mercy now. Fatso laughed evilly and went up to punch and kick him again. For a moment. The miserable howls in the castle were incessant. Outside, Qin Feiyang waited for a while. When Lu Hong did not come back, he took out the image crystal. Lu Hong's image soon appeared. Lu Hong was standing in a jungle, holding all kinds of wild flowers in her hands. Qin Feiyang said, Old Yang and I are going to the fragrant moon brothel. Stay here and don't run around. Have you found Zhongjin? Lu Hong asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then you guys be careful. Lu Hong warned. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned off the image crystal. He took out 2 illusory pills, one for Yang Wei and the other for himself. After a simple disguise, the two opened the portal and descended in front of the fragrant moon brothel. The fragrant moon brothel was located next to the central square of the first district. The location was very good, and the streets were full of traffic. The fragrant moon brothel was also the largest brothel in the imperial capital, so there were many people coming in and out. Moreover, most of them were the children of wealthy families, people of great wealth and status. Qin Feiyang did not enter the fragrant moon brothel immediately. Instead, he walked along the street and looked at the central square not far away. The scene of him being taken to the central square and beheaded in public was still vivid in his mind. At that time, if it were not for the mysterious madam and the Mu family's help, he should be dead. If he was really dead, many people would wake up laughing in their dreams. Yang Wei looked at the central square and sighed secretly. He smiled and said, "Let's go in." Qin Feiyang nodded. The two entered the fragrant moon brothel. Inside, there were singing and dancing, and smoke lingered. The women's moans and the men's laughter were intertwined, forming a kind of extravagant and luxurious atmosphere. Everyone came to this kind of brothel, naturally, not to find true love, but for the pleasure and sense of superiority in their hearts. Looking at all this, Qin Feiyang's heart was full of disgust. Whether it was the men or the women here, they have been devoured by desire. They thought they were great. They were rich. They were powerful. They were beautiful. But in fact, they were just a group of vermin. Two guests, do you have a reservation in advance? A waiter came up and looked at Qin Feiyang and asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang looked at the waiter, then looked at the hall, his eyes suddenly locked on a corner. He saw a middle-aged man, sitting alone, drinking silently. He looked out of place with the other people in the hall. Qin Feiyang pointed to the middle-aged man and looked at the waiter with a smile. We have an appointment with him. You go ahead, we can go there by ourselves. That's good. If you need anything, just let me know. The waiter said with a smile, and then he went to the next guest. Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei looked at each other and walked toward the middle-aged man. Little brother, do you want to have a drink? Little brother, come and have fun for a while, I promise I will serve you well. Along the way, women kept coming out to show off, wearing revealing clothes and heavy makeup. They were very slutty. But Qin Feiyang ignored them, went straight to the middle-aged man's table, and sat opposite him. Yang Wei stood behind him. The middle-aged man was drinking. Seeing Qin Feiyang come uninvited, he immediately raised his eyebrows, put down the wine glass, and looked at Qin Feiyang. Are you in the wrong place? Qin Feiyang said with a smile, this hall is already full. Brother is the only one here, so I came over to make do. I won't disturb you, will I? Make do? The middle-aged man's face twitched, and he said, it's not to the extent of disturbing, but I don't like to sit with strangers. Please find another place. Brother, you are really a cold person. However, regarding Lu Xingchen, I wonder if you're interested in knowing more about him? Qin Feiyang chuckled. The middle-aged man stood up suddenly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Don't get excited. This is Imperial City. It won't be good for you if you attract the attention of others, right, Zhongjin? Qin Feiyang said with a smile, his eyes full of mockery. Zhongjin's pupils constricted, and he returned to his seat, sending a voice transmission. Who are you? Why do you know so much? Who am I? Qin Feiyang smiled playfully and said indifferently, you should be able to guess. Zhongjin frowned and sized up Qin Feiyang. All of a sudden, his eyes trembled, and he thought to himself, you are Qin Feiyang? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Qin Feiyang chuckled. Zhongjin's face suddenly darkened, and he said, how did you find me? One must know. He had changed his appearance now, and even the people around him might not be able to recognize him, but Qin Feiyang could find him at once. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, I have to thank Mu Qing. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to find you. Mu Qing, Zhongjin was shocked, and he thought to himself, Mu Qing is the young master of the Mu family. How could he help you? You actually know? Qin Feiyang was surprised and said, so, Mu Qing has actually seen you? We have seen each other a long time ago. Zhongjin said in a deep voice. This bastard dares to play tricks with me. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He grabbed a clean wine cup, picked up the wine pot in front of Zhongjin, poured a cup, and tasted it leisurely. Zhongjin's face was gloomy, and he said, where is Lu Xingchen? What do you know? Qin Feiyang drank and said with a smile, compared to Lu Xingchen, you should be more concerned about Ren Duxing. Zhongjin was surprised. It seems that Ren Duxing hasn't contacted you these days, but thinking about it, with Elder Qin in the pagoda, he can't find you even if he wants to. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Zhongjin clenched his hands and said to himself, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so sarcastic. Although Ren Duxing has the upper hand in the battle with the state preceptor, there is not much left of his divine consciousness. According to my speculation, there should be only one wisp left. Qin Feiyang said. Zhongjin's heart suddenly sank. Qin Feiyang said again, also, Dongqing and the 4 sacred beasts have died in my hands. What? Zhongjin's eyes trembled. Chapter 1193. That's right. Look at my cultivation, isn't there a change as well? Qin Feiyang said again. Zhongjin took a look. His face was filled with disbelief. He had actually broken through to 7-star Battle Saint. There were even signs of him breaking through to 8-star Battle Saint. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Not only me, old Yang behind me has also broken through to 3-star Battle Emperor. Yang Wei's face was also full of smiles. Zhongjin raised his head and looked at Yang Wei. The disbelief in his eyes was even more intense. If he remembered correctly, this person had just broken through to 2-star Battle Emperor at Iron Ox Town. How long had it been? How did they do it? Qin Feiyang smiled and transmitted his voice. We ate the Saint Lion's divine meat. What? Zhongjin's body and mind trembled. A divine beast was actually reduced to a meal on a plate. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. It's a pity that you're not here. Otherwise, I would also have a share of you. Hearing this, Zhongjin was not happy. Instead, his scalp went numb. This was because he heard a shocking murderous intent in that calm tone. You're here to kill me? He stared at Qin Feiyang vigilantly. Qin Feiyang said, don't be nervous. I'm not here to kill you. Zhongjin said, then why are you here? Qin Feiyang smiled. I'm here to see you commit suicide. I don't think I need to do anything in this situation. You, Zhongjin glared at him. Committing suicide was equivalent to asking him to commit suicide. Now, Yang Wei had the ability to kill him in an instant, but he still asked him to do so. It was obvious that he wanted to humiliate him. He suppressed his anger and said gloomily, where is Lu Xingchen now? Lu Xingchen and Mu Qing are in my hands. Qin Feiyang said. Damn it. Zhongjin cursed in his heart. Could it be that all his hard work these past few days had been in vain? Bang! He rolled his eyes and suddenly lifted the table and shouted, Qin Feiyang is here. At the same time, he got up and ran outside without looking back. Qin Feiyang. The fragrant moon brothel immediately fell into dead silence. But in the next moment. The brothel. Where is Qin Feiyang? Everyone looked around the hall in surprise. It's him. Zhongjin, who was running away, pointed at Qin Feiyang and shouted. Boom. Swish. At that moment, powerful auras erupted from the fragrant moon inn. Half of the people in the hall immediately surrounded Qin Feiyang, their eyes filled with greed. Back then, the emperor's right, the emperor com. None of them wanted to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, facing all of this, Qin Feiyang didn't panic in the slightest. He swept his gaze over the crowd that surged over and said indifferently, do I look like Qin Feiyang to you all? No. Then which one of you is Qin Feiyang? Everyone slammed on the brakes and stopped. They looked at Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei suspiciously. Qin Feiyang pointed at Zhongjin and said with a smile, he is Qin Feiyang. Just now, he was a thief crying thief. Swish. In an instant. Everyone looked at Zhongjin in unison. At this moment, Zhongjin had already fled to the entrance. When he heard Qin Feiyang's words, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. A thief crying thief. Was there a mistake? He was Qin Feiyang. How could he say such words in such a dignified manner? Was he shameless? But now, he did not dare to stay for a moment. He ran out of the Fragrant Moon restaurant as if he was running for his life. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, did you see that? He is guilty and ran away directly. Catch him and you can become a duke. Hurry up and chase him. Yang Wei shouted. Hurry up and chase him. A group of people immediately rushed to the door. Wait, we haven't paid the bill yet. Several waiters blocked the door, looking very anxious. Get lost. But at this time, who was in the mood to pay the bill? The few people who rushed to the front directly punched the waiters away. A group of people rushed out of the Fragrant Moon restaurant. Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei looked at each other and smiled. They also got up and walked out of the Fragrant Moon restaurant. Qin Feiyang is there. Stop him. Don't let him escape. A young man in purple found Zhongjin in the crowd and suddenly roared, alarming the people on the street. What? Qin Feiyang. Who is Qin Feiyang? Everyone was bewildered. It's him. Someone pointed at Zhongjin and roared. Don't run. A few big men standing near Zhongjin immediately pounced on him. The strength of these people was only at the level of a war master. Get lost. Zhongjin was extremely violent. With a palm strike, battle chi roared in all directions. Boom. Ah. Not only did those big men die on the spot, but the surrounding buildings also collapsed. The streets were in a mess. It was very lively, but there were too many people around. Another group of people rushed forward crazily. Zhongjin was anxious and angry, and roared, I am not Qin Feiyang, that person just now is, please believe me. Since you are not Qin Feiyang, then why are you running? In the crowd. Yang Wei coldly snorted and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense with him, quickly catch him and become a marquis." Upon hearing the two words marquis, everyone's eyes turned red. Bastard! Zhong Jin cursed and opened a teleportation gate. However, just as the teleportation gate opened, it was shattered by the few people at the front. "You're courting death." Zhong Jin was enraged. The Emperor's might roared out, imprisoning all directions. Following closely, with a wave of his hand, the battle chi turned into tens of thousands of strands. Like sharp arrows, they shot out in all directions, instantly killing a large number of people. The entire street was dyed red with blood. So strong. He seems to have broken through to the War King. Everyone panicked and did not dare to move forward. They stopped in the distance and surrounded Zhong Jin. In the crowd, Yang Wei looked at Zhong Jin, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and sent a sound transmission to Qin Feiyang. "Do you need me to make a move?" "No need." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Such a big matter must have alarmed the imperial palace. He believed that a big shot would arrive very soon. Moreover, this was the first district, where experts were as common as the clouds. Zhong Jin alone did not have the ability to jump around. "Qin Feiyang, die!" As expected. A cold shout rang out. A middle-aged woman with a plump figure walked out from the crowd, ignoring Zhong Jin's emperor's might, and walked towards him step by step. Zhong Jin's pupils shrank. "Be sensible, don't force us to make a move." Another man in black walked out from the other side of the crowd, his entire body emitting a powerful emperor's might. "You won't be able to escape today." After the two of them, one after another appeared. Finally, there were over 100 people walking towards Zhong Jin. These people all had the cultivation of a 1-star war king. There were even 2 2-star war kings. It's just a street, and there are actually so many war kings hidden. Yang Wei's pupils shrank, his eyes filled with fear. Qin Feiyang said, "That's why, don't underestimate the imperial city, especially the imperial city. The experts hidden here will make you feel despair." Zhong Jin glanced at the middle-aged woman and the others, and shouted hysterically, "I've already said, I'm not Qin Feiyang, why don't you believe me?" The man in black sneered, "If it were me, I wouldn't take the initiative to admit it." Stupid, ignorant, idiot. Zhong Jin was flustered and exasperated. Boom. However, what responded to him was the anger of the man in black and the others. They all released their emperor's might and pounced towards Zhong Jin. This was over 100 emperor's might. Moreover, there were 2 2-star war kings' emperor's might, and Zhong Jin was only a 1-star war king. Poof! With a loud bang, Zhong Jin spurted out blood on the spot, his body and mind trembled, and his face turned pale. "Don't go too far." He formed a seal with both hands, and his battle chi surged. A palm-sized square seal instantly appeared in the sky. Mountain-shattering seal. With a loud roar, the square seal soared into the sky and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, a square seal that was hundreds of feet tall appeared, and its terrifying aura shook the sky. Following closely, Zhong Jin turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky like lightning. Standing above the square seal, he raised his hand and pressed down. Boom! The square seal suddenly sank, and with a monstrous ferocious aura, it suppressed the man in black and the others below. Perfect battle art. I don't think I've heard of him mastering such a battle art before. Every time he returns, his strength and methods will soar by a large margin. This child really can't be underestimated. Everyone discussed in low voices. The man in black and the others' expressions were also extremely heavy. This square seal was not a threat to them. What worried them was the divine art. Because now everyone in the imperial capital already knew that Qin Feiyang had mastered several powerful divine art. The middle-aged woman said, "The people from the imperial palace will definitely be here soon, we just need to delay him." The others nodded and began to perform their battle arts. There were perfect battle arts. There were superior battle arts. For a time, the place was filled with howling winds, and battle chi rolled in all directions. Kill. Hundreds of battle arts rushed into the sky, like a meteor shower, continuously bombarding that square seal. The rumbling sound was deafening. Waves of destructive battle fluctuations surged and pounced in all directions. Quickly retreat. When the spectators in the distance saw this scene, they immediately turned around and fled. But there were also people who could not escape. They were swept away by the airwave, torn to pieces, and blood stained the sky. A large portion of the buildings below had been destroyed. Catcher. All of a sudden, that square seal shattered. Zhongjin was so angry that blood spurted wildly, and like a meteorite, he flew out. Qin Feiyang, die. Another unfamiliar burly man rushed out of the crowd, rushed in front of Zhongjin like lightning, and punched Zhongjin's chest. Ah! Zhongjin screamed in pain, his blood-stained body, like a cannonball, shot into the sky. This punch was fatal. It had directly shattered his heart. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang is mine, the Martial Marquis position is also mine, none of you can take it away. The burly man glanced at the black-clothed man and the others, and then rushed towards Zhongjin excitedly. He had been here since early in the morning. But he knew that if he went out early, he would definitely not be able to snatch it from others, so he had been hiding in the crowd, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Bastard! We can't let him succeed. The middle-aged woman shouted. The black-clothed man and the others also had gloomy expressions. They actually let this person take the initiative. Whoosh! The group of people used their supportive battle arts one after another and rushed towards Zhongjin. Yang Wei shook his head and laughed. Being beaten by so many war emperors, I have to say that he is really pitiful. This is what he deserves. Chapter 1194. High up in the sky. Zhongjin was in despair. His current cultivation was indeed much stronger than before. However, with so many combat emperors surrounding him, he did not even have the chance to escape, let alone fight. Qin Feiyang, go and die. The burly man rushed in front of Zhongjin and threw a punch at Zhongjin's lower abdomen. Bastard, with just you. Zhongjin was so angry that he laughed. A black eagle rushed out from behind him. Its body was dozens of meters long and it was ferocious. It was his fighting soul. Chirp! The black eagle screeched and its sharp claws grabbed the burly man's head and crushed it on the spot. Isn't his fighting soul the purple gold dragon soul, sword soul and fire lotus? Why is it the black eagle? Does he have a fourth fighting soul? The black-robed man and the rest were bewildered. Don't care how many fighting souls he has. Let's kill him first. The middle-aged woman shouted. Roar! Clang! The black-robed man and the rest also activated their fighting souls. There were beast souls and weapon souls. Kill! The black-robed man and the rest roared in unison. Immediately, all the fighting souls charged towards Zhongjin. The black eagle in front of Zhongjin was instantly crushed. Looking at the group of fighting souls, Zhongjin was disheartened and he roared, Qin Feiyang, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Before he finished his words, the black-robed man and the rest of the fighting souls drowned Zhongjin. I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to become a ghost. Qin Feiyang sneered. Facing the attack of so many fighting souls, even he did not have the confidence to survive, let alone Zhongjin. He retracted his gaze and looked at Yang Wei. Let's go. Yang Wei nodded and opened a space portal. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura descended. Following that, an old man in white appeared in the void above. It was the Grand Tutor. Behind him was a large group of enforcers. The Grand Tutor looked at the black-robed man and the rest and asked expressionlessly, Where is Qin Feiyang? Over there. The group of people pointed to the sky, their hearts filled with excitement. They worked together to kill Qin Feiyang. Although they couldn't be conferred the title of Marquis, they would definitely receive a generous reward. After all, there were so many people. If they were all conferred the title of Marquis, wouldn't the imperial capital be in chaos? The imperial preceptor raised his head and saw a badly mutilated corpse falling from the sky. Originally, he was quite happy. But when he saw Zhongjin's corpse, his face sank. The man in black smiled obsequiously and said, Lord Imperial Tutor, what are you going to reward us with? The others did not want to be outdone and began to claim credit. Reward. The state preceptor was instantly enraged. He roared, Look carefully. Is he Qin Feiyang? The The black-clothed man and the others were stunned. They raised their heads and looked at Zhongjin's corpse. One's appearance can change, but the power of one's bloodline will never change. Qin Feiyang's blood is purple gold dragon blood, but the blood on this person's body, open your eyes wide and look carefully. Is it just ordinary blood? The Imperial Preceptor shouted in anger. Purple gold dragon blood. The eyes of the black-clothed man and the others trembled. It was only at this moment that the people in the city below came to a sudden realization. That's right. Qin Feiyang's blood is purple gold dragon blood, and his blood is purple gold. And this person's blood is normal, which means that he is not Qin Feiyang. Then who is the real Qin Feiyang? It's the two people just now. Find them quickly. They must still be here. The people roared again and looked around. At the same time, in the crowd, Qin Feiyang coldly glanced at the Imperial Preceptor, then turned around and entered the portal with Yang Wei without looking back. They are here. Just as they entered the portal, someone next to them discovered them and immediately shouted. Everyone looked over, including the Imperial Preceptor and the law enforcers. As soon as he saw that Qin Feiyang had entered the portal, the black-clothed man immediately shouted, "One of them must be Qin Feiyang, stop them quickly." Hearing this, the people around immediately activated their battle chi and blasted it toward the portal. The Imperial Preceptor and the law enforcers also moved and rushed toward the portal like lightning. Humph! Yang Wei's cold snort sounded in the portal. Immediately after, a burst of Emperor's aura roared out, and the battle chi that surged from all directions instantly dissipated. Old bastard, I'm sorry, you're a step too late again. Remember to come earlier next time. Qin Feiyang's voice filled with ridicule sounded from the teleportation gate. Then, Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei's figures disappeared in the portal. All of this happened in an instant, even though it seemed slow. The Imperial Preceptor rushed over and smashed the portal with a palm. But after waiting for a long time, he did not see Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei appear, and his face gradually darkened. Lord, don't worry. Although we haven't caught him yet, at least we've confirmed that he's in the Imperial capital. As long as he's in the Imperial capital, he won't be able to escape. A law enforcer said respectfully. Won't be able to escape, the Imperial Preceptor muttered to himself, and his face became more and more ferocious. Suddenly, he slapped the law enforcer's face and said angrily, "Since you're so capable, why is he still at large? Lord, please spare my life." The law enforcer immediately knelt on the ground. The Imperial Preceptor glanced at him coldly, then looked at the other law enforcers and said, "Do you all think so too?" Everyone lowered their heads and was incomparably nervous. I'll repeat it again. Don't underestimate Qin Feiyang anymore, he's no longer the 14th Prince of the Pass. The current him is strong enough to crush all of you into pieces. So, it's best not to be arrogant and think that you can easily catch him, understand? The Imperial Preceptor roared. The group of law enforcers trembled and said respectfully, "We'll remember." A bunch of idiots. The Imperial Preceptor snorted, flicked his sleeves, and rose into the air, disappearing from everyone's sight. At this moment, the group of law enforcers heaved a sigh of relief. We didn't even notice such an important piece of information like the purple gold dragon blood. How careless. Yes, at that time, we were blinded by desire and made a big fool of ourselves. It's okay to make a fool of ourselves, but I'm afraid that the Imperial Preceptor will vent his anger on us. Then, we'll be in big trouble. The man in black and the group of law enforcers looked at each other, feeling bitter in their hearts. Black Dragon Pool. Above the small wooden building, Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei appeared out of thin air. When they looked down, the two of them were stunned on the spot. They had not left for long, but now, the mountain peak had changed greatly. Originally, this mountain peak, except for the small wooden building, was overgrown with shrubs, rocks, and weeds. But now, these were all gone. Instead, there was a fragrant garden. Those rocks were also used reasonably, piled up into rockery, standing on the mountain peak in picturesque disorder, which was quite ornamental. In short, now, this mountain peak had become a private back garden. At this moment, Lu Hong was still busy, sweating profusely. There was also a large pile of unplanted wildflowers next to her. Lu Hong, this child, is really good to you. She knows that you can't live here for a long time, but she still does her best to take care of it. Yang Wei said with a smile. In terms of age, he was indeed qualified to call Lu Hong a child. Qin Feiyang said, I'll remember all the good she has done for me. Not only do you have to remember, but you also have to take action. Yang Wei said with a smile, with a rather ambiguous expression. When did you become so gossipy? Qin Feiyang looked at him with dissatisfaction. I'm not gossiping, I'm asking you to cherish it. In this world, there are very few good women, let alone this kind of woman who is so devoted to you and is so considerate. Don't wait until you lose it to feel heartache. Yang Wei said with a sound transmission. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yang Wei thought to himself, I'm giving you advice as someone who has been through this. Okay, I know. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. At this time, Lu Hong looked up at the two of them and said with a smile, What are you whispering about? Nothing. Yang Wei waved his hand and smiled. Then he patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder meaningfully, flew to Lu Hong's side, and said, Is there anything I can help you with? Lu Hong glanced around, pointed to the pile of unplanted wildflowers, and said, Help me classify those flowers. Okay. Yang Wei immediately squatted on the ground and busied himself. Lu Hong asked, Is it settled? Yang Wei nodded and said with a smile, It's settled. I even saw the Imperial Preceptor. He's probably mad now. It's best if he dies of anger. Lu Hong said. Yang Wei was slightly stunned, and then he couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Looking at the two of them talking and laughing, Qin Feiyang also smiled from the bottom of his heart. Swish. Then. He went to the castle. Seeing that Lu Xingchen was still in a coma, he frowned slightly, turned to Fatso, and asked, Has he ever woken up? No. Fatso shook his head. How serious a blow did he suffer at Elder Qin's place that he could be in a coma for so long? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Do you really think that he can make me unconscious? But before his voice died away, a familiar voice sounded. Then, Lu Xingchen opened his eyes, got up, and looked at Qin Feiyang playfully. Mu Qing immediately ran to Lu Xingchen's side. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Mu Qing sneered and said, Isn't it obvious? His Highness is pretending. Pretending? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. Why don't you think about who is standing in front of you now? Mu Qing said, her eyes full of sarcasm. Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows and said, I told you not to talk to Brother Qin with such an attitude. Hearing this, Mu Qing looked a little unhappy, but she didn't dare to disobey and kept silent. Qin Feiyang glanced at Mu Qing, looked at Lu Xingchen, frowned, and asked, What's going on? Viper and the others also woke up from their cultivation and looked at Lu Xingchen in surprise. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly, pointed to his head, and said, Now the soul in this sea of consciousness, which is Lu Xingchen's soul, has merged with my divine sense. With the strength of my divine sense, how could a mere Elder Qin knock me out? Divine sense. Qin Feiyang's body shook violently. He actually neglected such an important point. Mu Tianyang could seize Ren Duxing's body and use his divine sense to fight with the Imperial Preceptor and revive the divine artifact. Lu Xingchen could also do it. In other words, Lu Xingchen was now fully capable of killing him. Chapter 1195. Fatso and the others couldn't help but become vigilant. This was because Lu Xingchen's divine sense could kill all of them as easily as blowing off dust. Don't be nervous. If I really wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. I wouldn't have waited until now. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang motioned for Fatso and the others to continue cultivating. Then, he left the castle with Lu Xingchen and Mu Qing. Although Lu Xingchen said that he had no malicious intentions, leaving Lu Xingchen in the castle was still a threat. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear with Lu Xingchen and Mu Qing, Yang Wei and Lu Hong couldn't help but be slightly stunned. At the same time, Lu Xingchen glanced at the top of the mountain and said with a smile, It's arranged very well. What's going on? Lu Hong and Mu Qing walked to Qin Feiyang's side and asked in a low voice. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Go about your business." The two looked at each other and the suspicion in their hearts grew stronger. But they didn't ask any more and turned to leave. Qin Feiyang glanced at the top of the mountain and suddenly saw a carved stone tea table and several stone stools beside the small wooden building. Obviously, this must have been specially prepared by Lu Hong for him. "Let's go over and sit," Qin Feiyang said faintly. He turned and walked to the tea table and sat opposite Lu Xingchen. Mu Qing stood respectfully behind Lu Xingchen. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingchen and said faintly, "Tell me, what do you want to do?" Lu Xingchen said, "Cooperation." Qin Feiyang was surprised. Lu Xingchen said with a smile, "I did all this to let you see my sincerity." "Good faith." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "Not bad. That day here, you saw through my identity. I deliberately allowed myself to be captured. Because I knew that you would come to save me sooner or later. I was the one who told you Ren Duxing's whereabouts on purpose. It's just that I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you actually managed to kill Dongqing and the 4 saint beasts." Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then do you hate me very much now?" "Hate?" Lu Xingchen shook his head and smiled. "To be honest, I do hate you a little. After all, the 4 great sacred beasts have followed me for so many years. They are loyal and devoted. But compared to your value, I choose to forget this hatred." "My value?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "That's right. I can foresee that in the future, your achievements will not be inferior to Qin Batian. Therefore, if we cooperate, we will definitely achieve great things," Lu Xingchen said with a smile. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "There are so many people in the great Qin Empire. Why do you have to cooperate with me?" "It's very simple. You have obtained Qin Baishan's legacy. Of course, the biggest reason is that I admire you. Thinking back to when you were young, you were a blazing sun in the imperial capital with a boundless future. But suddenly, there was a drastic change and you became a homeless, pitiful worm. If it were someone else, they would have long given up on themselves. But you didn't. Step by step, you have relied on your own efforts and perseverance to get to where you are today. Therefore, I admire you," Lu Xingchen said. "But you have to know that our ambitions are different. What I want to do is to protect the empire of the Great Qin Empire. But you want to overturn the empire of the Great Qin Empire. Do you think it is possible for 2 people like them to cooperate?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "Why is there no possibility of cooperation? Although as a descendant of the Qin clan, protecting the Great Qin Empire is your duty, you have to see the reality clearly. Is it worth your protection?" Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang said, "Public is public, private is private. I don't want to mix them up." Mu Qing snorted coldly. "My lord, I told you long ago that he is stubborn, but you didn't believe me. Now you see." "Shut up." Lu Xingchen glared at him, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "I can take a step back." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen said, "Let's work together to get rid of some obstacles, such as the state preceptor and the current emperor." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said, "Ren Duxing told me that Zhuge Mingyang and the first prince are brothers. Is this true?" Lu Xingchen said, "I can only tell you this if you agree to cooperate with me." "You're using this to blackmail me?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Lu Xingchen said with a faint smile, "Do you want to know?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, then he nodded and said, "Okay, we'll cooperate. But our cooperation is only to get rid of those obstacles. Isn't that a win-win situation?" Lu Xingchen smiled. Qin Feiyang said, "Tell me now. I know the truth. But at this time." Mu Qing said, "You're not trustworthy. If you say you want to cooperate now, you might go back on your words later. So, you have to write it down." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, looked up at him, and said lightly, "Are you qualified to speak here?" Mu Qing glared at him. "Enough." Lu Xingchen shouted impatiently. Mu Qing shrank his neck and immediately fell silent, but his face was full of displeasure. Lu Xingchen looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, I believe in your character." "Then cut the crap." Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen said, the first prince and Zhuge Mingyang are indeed brothers. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up. Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but be surprised. Don't get excited. Sit down and listen to me. Lu Xingchen smiled. Qin Feiyang returned to the stone bench and tried to control his emotions. He silently looked at Lu Xingchen. Why would Zhuge Mingyang assist the first prince? This question not only puzzles you, but also me. So, after you went to the Forgotten Continent, I investigated for a long time. During that time, I used a spatial divine item to follow and monitor him every day. It can be said that everything about him was under my control. Then, one day, I followed Zhuge Mingyang into the Zhuge family and heard him mention the first prince to his father. Only then did I know that there was such a big secret hidden. Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang's mind buzzed. He didn't expect it to be true. He didn't suspect Lu Xingchen. Because he understood the current Lu Xingchen. There was no need to lie to him, and he disdained to lie to him. With great difficulty, Qin Feiyang calmed down and said in a deep voice, so, Zhuge Mingyang is also the son of the current emperor? Wrong. Lu Xingchen waved his hand. What? Qin Feiyang stood up again, his face full of shock. Lu Xingchen's answer, although it seemed ordinary, hid a great mystery. Because if Zhuge Mingyang wasn't the emperor's son, then the first prince wasn't the emperor's son. In other words, this first prince was the son of Zhuge Wuhou. Lu Xingchen said, that's right, as you thought, the first prince is the son of Zhuge Wuhou. Boom. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang was like a bolt from the blue, his body and mind trembled, and he said in a deep voice, if that's the case, then the current empress has an adulterous relationship with Zhuge Wuhou. Lu Xingchen laughed. Isn't this obvious? This, not far away, Yang Wei and Lu Hong were also dumbfounded. There was actually such a thing. Mu Qing was also shocked. Obviously, she only knew about it now. This is retribution. Haha, Qin Feiyang suddenly laughed. After learning about this matter, not only did he not have the slightest bit of sympathy for the emperor, but he was also very happy. Lu Xingchen frowned. After such a thing happened, shouldn't you feel sorry for your father? Feel sorry for him? Then who will feel sorry for me? He brought this upon himself, serves him right. Qin Feiyang sneered. Lu Xingchen sighed secretly. Indeed, Qin Feiyang could not be blamed for being heartless, but the emperor was too ruthless to him back then. Qin Feiyang returned to the stone bench and said, then is this little prince also the son of Zhuge Wuhou? I'm still investigating this matter, but I estimate. Lu Xingchen said this and did not continue, because Qin Feiyang already understood. If nothing unexpected happened, this little prince was definitely the son of Zhuge Wuhou and the empress. Phew. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and asked, then does all of this have anything to do with the imperial preceptor? It's also under investigation. But what is certain is that this imperial preceptor does have ulterior motives. Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang said, then the first step of our cooperation is to eliminate him. It's not that simple. He has a divine artifact in his hands, unless I condense a complete divine soul. And after the battle with Ren Duxing, he will definitely not leave the imperial capital easily in the future. And if we make a move in the imperial capital, the situation will be very unfavorable for us. Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Xingchen's concerns were not without reason. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and asked suspiciously, what's going on with your divine sense? Why do you have to seize two bodies at the same time? And now you and Ren Duxing, are you Mu Tianyang or you? I will tell you about this in the future. As for me and Ren Duxing, you can think of it this way, I am still Lu Xingchen, and Ren Duxing is still Ren Duxing. Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. What's the difference between this and not answering? He asked. Then what are you going to do next? Lu Xingchen said with a smile, of course, I will go back to the Divine Hall and continue to investigate the little prince and the state preceptor. You dare to go back to the Divine Hall? Aren't you afraid that old Qin will harm you? Qin Feiyang sneered. Lu Xingchen said, that's why I still need you to negotiate with him. Qin Feiyang looked at him deeply and said, When I have time, I will talk to him. Lu Xingchen said, one more thing, I will take Mu Qing away later. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, I don't think I said I would let him go. Lu Xingchen laughed and said to Mu Qing without looking back, why don't you apologize to Brother Qin? You want me to apologize to him? Mu Qing looked at Lu Xingchen in disbelief. Lu Xingchen said, don't make me say it a second time. Mu Qing's hands were tightly clenched together. He only had hatred for Qin Feiyang in his heart, so asking him to apologize was more painful than killing him. Seeing that Mu Qing did not move, Lu Xingchen said indifferently, I can abandon the 4 sacred beasts, Dongqing, Zhongjin, I can also abandon you. Mu Qing's body trembled. He gritted his teeth and bowed to Qin Feiyang, I'm sorry. Not sincere. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Then what do you think is sincere enough? Mu Qing raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang. His eyes seemed to say, quit while you are ahead, don't go too far. Chapter 1196. Kneel down and apologize. Mu Qing's eyes suddenly spat out a thick flame of anger. Apologizing was already his limit. How dare he ask him to kneel down? This was too much. Don't be so shameless. With a roar, his aura erupted and he threw a punch at Qin Feiyang. You're the one who's being shameless. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up and grabbed Mu Qing's fist. His eyes were full of coldness. At the same time, Yang Wei and Lu Hong also immediately put down what they were doing and rushed to Qin Feiyang's side, looking at Mu Qing coldly. Let go of me. Mu Qing shouted angrily and tried to break free. But Qin Feiyang's strength was so great that he couldn't move at all. Moreover, as Qin Feiyang's strength continued to increase, his fist began to break and blood gushed out. The severe pain made his face contort, and Qin Feiyang's cold eyes made him feel even more desperate. Suddenly, with a crisp crack, Mu Qing couldn't help but howl miserably. His fist was crushed into pieces, but Qin Feiyang still didn't let go. I beg you, can you let go of me? Mu Qing was scared and begged bitterly. Qin Feiyang smiled sarcastically and let go of his hand and returned to the stone bench. Lu Hong also took out a handkerchief and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took the handkerchief and wiped the blood off his hand. He looked up at Mu Qing and said lightly, if it weren't for Lu Xingchen, you would be lying on the ground as a corpse now. Mu Qing's eyes trembled. Cut the crap and show me your sincerity. Otherwise, even if Lu Xingchen saves you today, I will do everything I can to kill you. Qin Feiyang said. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing could not help but feel a chill run down her spine. After knowing each other for so many years, how could he not understand Qin Feiyang's character? If he said it, he would definitely be able to do it. Moreover, Qin Feiyang's methods were well known to the world. Towards his enemies, there was no mercy in his eyes, only unscrupulous means. Once she was targeted by him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if he had been hiding at home or by Lu Xingchen's side, Qin Feiyang would have found an opportunity to kill him. Fear drowned him. He couldn't help but kneel on the ground, lowered his head and said, I'm sorry. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. He looked at Lu Xingchen and said, your Mu Jiao's descendant is nothing more than this. Lu Xingchen frowned. He glanced at Mu Qing and then looked at Qin Feiyang. He smiled faintly and said, compared to you, he is indeed much worse. I don't like to hear flattery. I only hope that when I'm in danger in the future, you won't hide behind my back and stab me in the back. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen smiled and said, I really can't guarantee this, but during the period of our cooperation, I will definitely not do that. I hope so. Take him away, Qin Feiyang said. He could not really trust Lu Xingchen without reservation. Because he still remembered Uncle Yuan's words, there was no knowing what was in a person's heart. Goodbye. Lu Xingchen stood up, cupped his hands, smiled, and opened the portal. Mu Qing quivered and came back to her senses. She hurriedly transmitted her voice, My lord, there's still the gate of time and space. Do you think he will return the gate of time and space to you? Lu Xingchen glanced at Mu Qing and entered the portal without looking back. Mu Qing glanced at Qin Feiyang and hurriedly followed. When the portal dissipated, Yang Wei sighed and said, This person is really unfathomable. Yes. He can still keep calm after humiliating Mu Qing like this. Just this temperament alone is enough to scare people. Lu Hong nodded. I deliberately humiliated Mu Qing. I just wanted to see Lu Xingchen's attitude. But the result disappointed me greatly. I can't figure out what he is thinking at all. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. The current Lu Xingchen was far from the Lu Xingchen of the past. This was a strong opponent. He had to treat him seriously. He took out the image crystal. Buzz. Soon. Old man Qin's figure appeared. Qin Feiyang said, "There's something I want to tell you." Old man Qin's expression was solemn as he said, "It just so happens that this old man has something to tell you as well." Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and said, "You go first." Elder Qin said, "You go first." Qin Feiyang said, "Lu Xingchen has returned to the temple. Don't trouble him. You let him go." Elder Qin raised his eyebrows. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Why?" Elder Qin was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "I still need him to help me investigate some things. And currently, he and I are in a cooperative relationship." Elder Qin was furious and shouted, "Didn't you promise me that you won't betray the great Qin Empire?" Qin Feiyang said, "Don't overreact, okay? I'm just cooperating with him for a short time. We're both taking what we need." "Really?" Elder Qin looked at him doubtfully. Qin Feiyang said, "I swear in the name of my ancestors." "That's good." Elder Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Tianyang was already difficult to deal with. If Qin Feiyang was added, then the great Qin Empire was really in danger. "What do you want to say to me?" Qin Feiyang asked. Elder Qin said, "Before we parted in the pagoda, didn't I tell you not to mess around in the imperial capital?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then why did you run to the first district and alarm the imperial preceptor?" Elder Qin said angrily. "So it's because of this." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said with a smile, "At that time, I was chasing after one of Mu Tianyang's lackeys." "Who?" Elder Qin was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "The person who was beaten to death by everyone in the first district." "Then you could have informed me. With me taking action, there wouldn't have been such a big commotion." Elder Qin was annoyed. Qin Feiyang said, "He was just a one-star combat emperor. I could have killed him without anyone knowing. Then why did you make such a big commotion?" Elder Qin was puzzled. Blood for blood. It would be too easy for him to kill him directly. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. "So you have a personal grudge with him. But don't mess around like this next time." Elder Qin said helplessly. At that time, when he received the news that Qin Feiyang had appeared in the first district, he was greatly frightened. Because no one knew better than him how terrifying the imperial capital was. "There won't be a next time." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Okay, I will be going to the spirit state tomorrow morning. Take care of yourself." Elder Qin reminded. "En." Qin Feiyang nodded. Elder Qin was about to turn off the image crystal when Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something and quickly said, "Wait. What's wrong?" Elder Qin was suspicious. Qin Feiyang asked, "Do you know where my grandfather's home is?" Elder Qin's pupils shrank. "Why are you asking this?" Qin Feiyang sighed, "So many years have passed. I don't know how he is doing. I want to visit him." Although he had seen his grandfather when he was young, he had no impression of him now. Elder Qin shook his head. "Actually, I don't know where your grandfather's home is." En. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Was there a mistake? In any case, old Qin had stayed in the imperial palace for so many years. How could he not even know where the Lu clan was? The Lu family was his grandfather's family. Old man Qin said, "This old man really didn't lie to you about this matter. The Lu family is a hidden family and has always been very low-key. The disciples of the family have never walked outside. Other than your parents, I don't think anyone knows where they are. Is it that mysterious?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Is there anything else?" Elder Qin asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Old man Qin's illusionary figure immediately disappeared. Qin Feiyang also put away the image crystal, lowered his head and fell into deep thought. All these years, He had been ignoring the Lu family. Who would have thought that after asking around, they were so mysterious? Lu Hong said, "Why don't we go ask Auntie?" "Forget it. If Mother was willing to tell me, she would have told me." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Lu Hong asked, "Then what's your next plan?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a while. "Wait for the miracle of the forgotten continent to open. But before that, there is one thing to do." "What is it?" Lu Hong was suspicious. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, looked at Yang Wei and said, "Go to the imperial city now. No matter what, you have to sneak into the inner court and gain the trust of the imperial tutor. Also, don't let anyone know about this, including Lu Xingchen and Elder Qin." "Understood." Yang Wei nodded. Lu Hong looked at Yang Wei, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Isn't this a bit too risky?" Qin Feiyang's intention was obvious. He wanted Yang Wei to hide beside the imperial tutor so that he could know the whereabouts of the imperial tutor. But the imperial tutor was not a fool. If he found out something, wouldn't Yang Wei be doomed? "It's fine. I'm still confident about this." Yang Wei smiled confidently, then thought for a while, and said, "Even if my identity is exposed, I'll leave first." "But you can't be careless," Lu Hong said. "Don't worry." Yang Wei smiled and opened a teleportation gate. He turned around and walked in. Lu Hong looked at Yang Wei's back, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I still don't think it's right. The imperial tutor is not Fu Anshan. With old Yang's scheming and methods, how can he beat him? I can only say that you underestimate old Yang." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. If he did not have confidence in old Yang, would he let Yang Wei go? Definitely not. Lu Hong pursed her lips and turned around to continue busying herself. Qin Feiyang turned and walked to the edge of the cliff. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, then sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to cultivate. At the same time, in an extremely distant place in the Grand Qin Empire, there was a vast mountain range with overlapping peaks that rose and fell continuously. In the mountains, the vegetation was lush and ferocious beasts were everywhere. At the foot of one of the giant peaks, there was a village. The village covered an area of about half a mile, and there were thousands of families gathered. Those houses were all built with very ordinary wood. Around the village, there were large tracts of rice fields, vegetable gardens, pastures, and so on. The atmosphere in the village was also very harmonious. The old people gathered together in twos and threes, basking in the sun, drinking tea, and chatting. The children were playing around in the mud, their laughter lingering in the air. The young and strong people were busy in the rice fields and pastures. Everyone's face was filled with a simple smile. In short. Chapter 1197. Near the village. In front of a river, an old man dressed in sackcloth sat by the river, fishing quietly. His body was bent, and he had no aura. He was like an ordinary old man, without any sense of danger. Beside the old man sat a dark-skinned young man. The young man had a dignified appearance, about 1.8 meters tall. His upper body was exposed, and he only wore a pair of large pants made of animal skin. He was also fishing with a fishing rod, but his face was full of impatience. Seeing the motionless float on the river, the young man couldn't help but say angrily, "Second grandpa, I can accompany you fishing, but can't we find a place with fish? Look, it's been a few hours, but the float hasn't moved at all. How can we fish?" The sackcloth old man smiled. "Young man, don't be impatient. Fishing is about..." Before the old man could finish, the young man waved his hand impatiently and said, all right. Don't talk to me about your great principles. I don't understand. Just tell me directly. How long do you want me to sit with you?" The old man said, "I'm cultivating your patience, understand?" The young man pouted, "My patience is about to reach its limit." The old man smiled helplessly and asked, "Then do you know why I kept you in the village all these years and didn't let you go out to explore?" "Why?" The young man didn't understand. "It's because you can't stay calm. People who can't stay calm often get into big trouble." The old man said. "Stop bullshitting. It's clearly because you're too bored and kept me in the village to accompany you. Second grandpa, such a promising young man with a bright future was delayed by you. Don't you feel guilty? The young man said unhappily. The old man's face couldn't help but darken. Don't be unhappy. Last time, you said yourself that you wanted me to take that artifact to the Forgotten Continent to find Qin Feiyang and help him take care of him. But how long has it been? I'm still here fishing with you. Don't I feel bad? The young man was like a resentful woman, complaining non-stop. I said to let you go to the Forgotten Continent, but I didn't say to let you go immediately. You're the one who's impatient. The old man said indifferently. Me. The young man snorted and said, then you'd better not let me go for the rest of my life. At least I'll be free. You really don't know what to do. The old man shook his head weakly. Whoosh. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, a burly man cut through the sky and flew towards the village. This person was also topless. His muscles were well developed, and his skin was very dark, as if it was smeared with charcoal. Whoosh. Soon. The big man landed beside the old man and the young man. The young man immediately said in dissatisfaction, Uncle Black, you're not being nice. Why didn't you call me along when you went to have fun? The burly man's face was dark to begin with. Upon hearing the young man's words, his face darkened even more. Can't you stop talking? The old man gave him a knock on the head. He looked up at the burly man and smiled. You're back. The burly man nodded. The old man asked, any news? Yes. Feiyang is back. The burly man said. The young man was slightly taken aback. He stood up and said, why is he here again? Could it be that he can't survive in the Forgotten Continent anymore? The burly man rolled his eyes at him and looked at the old man. Not long ago, in order to kill someone named Zhong Jin, he even caused a big scene in the first district. It's indeed his style. The old man shook his head and laughed. He asked curiously, why did he want to kill Zhong Jin? This Zhong Jin is Mu Tianyang's lackey. The biggest reason is that the people of Iron Ox Town died because of Zhong Jin. In addition, he also killed many law enforcers of the inner court in the demonic Dragon Mountain in He province. The burly man laughed. That's right. The old man nodded and was very pleased. The young man frowned and said, Uncle Black, how do you know so much? You're not happy that I said you're too young. Back then, when Qin Feiyang left the capital, your second grandpa asked me to go to the Butterfly Valley in the spiritual state to keep an eye on him. As soon as he came back, I knew about it and have been secretly watching him. The burly man said. Second grandpa, you're too much. You asked Uncle Black to go but not me. The young man immediately looked at the old man with dissatisfaction. It was worth mentioning that neither the young man nor the old man were surprised when they heard about Mu Tianyang. The old man rolled his eyes at the young man and looked at the burly man. Where is he now? Black Dragon Swamp. The burly man said. After a moment of thought, he added, but he mentioned Grandpa. What did he say? The old man was suspicious. The burly man said, he asked Elder Qin where we live and said that he wanted to visit Grandpa. Sigh. The old man sighed deeply and turned to look at the young man. Didn't you want to go out and have fun? Now that the opportunity is here, go and find him. Really? The young man immediately threw away the fishing rod and asked excitedly. Yes. The old man nodded. The young man stretched out his hand in front of the burly man and said, then give me the divine artifact. I know it must be in your hands. Otherwise, you'll go to the spiritual state. The burly man looked at the old man. The old man chuckled. Don't even think about the divine artifact. The young man's expression froze and he said angrily, Second grandpa, you can't be like this. Didn't you agree? The old man said, that was before Feiyang came back. Now that he's back, do you still need the divine artifact? I don't care. If you don't give it to me, I won't go. The young man crossed his arms and turned his head to the side, extremely unhappy. You're still throwing a tantrum? If you don't want to go, then don't go. No one is forcing you. Xiaohei, go and call Lu Jiajin here. The old man looked at the burly man and said. Okay. The burly man nodded. Wait. The young man hurriedly grabbed the burly man and looked at the old man. Why are you calling my brother here? Didn't you say that you won't go? Then I'll definitely let someone else go. Your brother is stronger than you, smarter than you, and calmer than you. In short, he's better than you in every aspect. With him helping Fei Yang, I'll have less to worry about. The old man said. The young man pursed his lips and said, anyway, I don't agree. He's in seclusion now. You guys are not allowed to disturb him. Then what should we do? Someone has to go. After all, Fei Yang is our family. We can't just stand by and watch, right? Sigh, my head hurts. The old man rubbed his forehead with a frustrated expression. The young man rolled his eyes and said, all right, stop acting. I'll go, okay? Hehe. The old man immediately beamed with joy. Hypocrite. The young man secretly despised him. The old man's expression turned solemn as he looked at the young man and said, Zheng before you go, I have to solemnly remind you not to be willful. The outside world is different from here. It's full of danger. If you're not careful, you'll lose your life. That's more fun. The young man's lips curled into a cynical smile. The old man's face darkened immediately. The young man hurriedly waved his hands and said, okay. I'll remember it. I promise I won't act recklessly. That's more like it. The old man smiled and continued, also, don't let Fei Yang know your identity for now. The young man nodded and asked, anything else? The old man waved his hand and said, no, get lost. You're annoying. Hee. Don't speak too soon. Don't miss me so much that you'll cry. The young man smiled slyly and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the horizon rapidly. Rascal. The old man scolded with a smile and looked at the back view of the young man with doting eyes. The burly man shook his head and smiled. He looked at the old man and said, is it appropriate to let Zheng go? Jin is indeed more suitable than him. However, he's at a critical juncture of his seclusion and can't be disturbed. As for Zheng, he's actually not bad. It's just that he's a little mischievous. Take it as a chance for him to train. The old man smiled. The burly man nodded. Black Dragon Pool. Everything was normal. Bang. However, all of a sudden, a young man with a bare upper body descended above the Black Dragon Pool and broke the tranquility. At the peak of the mountain, Lu Hong was busy tending to the garden. When she sensed the aura of the young man, she was shocked and looked up. Immediately, she frowned. Who was this person? Why hadn't she seen him before? The young man soon noticed Lu Hong on the mountain peak. His eyes flashed and he took a step forward. He landed opposite Lu Hong and asked curiously, Little beauty, what are you doing here in the wilderness? Aren't you afraid of bumping into bad guys? Are you the bad guy you're talking about? Lu Hong looked at him warily. That was because she realized that she could not see through his cultivation. I'm so handsome. How could it be me? The young man touched his chin with a smug look. Then, he glanced at the mountain peak and said, Don't tell me you're still planning to settle down here. What does it have to do with you? Who exactly are you? Lu Hong furrowed her brows. This person did not seem to have any ill intentions. Why did he come to the Black Dragon Pool then? Did he barge in unintentionally? Or was it intentional? The young man chuckled. Of course it has to do with me because this is my territory. Shouldn't you tell me in advance that you're going to settle down here and see if I'll allow it? Are you looking for trouble? Lu Hong raised her brows. Do you still think you're in the right? Now, I order you to tear down that small wooden house immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The young man's nose was pointed to the sky and he was overbearing. Boom. However, before he could finish his words, a terrifying saint's aura emerged and rushed toward the young man with overwhelming force. The young man suddenly raised his head and looked to the left of the cliff. He saw a young man in white standing there. His eyes were as cold as a blade. It was Qin Fei Yang, attacking without a word. What a bad temper, the young man grumbled. Boom. A surge of saint's aura, which was not inferior to Qin Fei Yang's, rushed out of his body and collided with Qin Fei Yang's saint's aura. An 8-star battle saint. Qin Fei Yang's pupils shrank and he quickly dispersed his saint's aura. It was not because he was afraid of this young man, but because if he fought with this young man here, everything that Lu Hong had set up would be destroyed in an instant. However, the young man did not stop. His saint's aura surged and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's face turned cold. He waved his hand and forcibly dispersed that surge of saint's aura. Not bad. The young man was surprised and his eyes flickered. Chapter 1198. The young man was stunned. Someone actually dared to tell him to get lost. Interesting. He smiled playfully and flew into the sky with a monstrous aura. He hooked his finger at Qin Feiyang provocatively. However, Qin Feiyang ignored him. He glanced at him indifferently and retracted his gaze. Damn, I'm being ignored. The young man was annoyed. With a wave of his hand, his battle aura emerged and turned into a raging wave that roared toward the peak of the mountain. However, his target was not Qin Feiyang but Lu Hong. I've seen many people who are afraid of death but not many who are courting death, Qin Feiyang muttered. Suddenly, like a divine rainbow, he rushed to the front of the battle aura and threw a punch. With a loud bang, the battle aura was dispersed by his punch. However, he also retreated a few feet and his arm was numb. Despite this, the young man was still shocked. One had to know. His cultivation level was one level higher than Qin Feiyang's. However, Qin Feiyang was able to scatter his battle chi with a single punch with only his body of flesh and blood. Furthermore, he was not injured at all. Was this guy's body made of iron? No matter who you are, don't think of leaving today. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Whoosh! He activated the phantom steps. In an instant, he appeared in front of the young man and threw another punch. The young man was shocked. He quickly raised his arm and threw a punch. Bang! The two fists collided with a loud bang. A destructive airwave spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. At the same time, both of them retreated a few feet and their arms were sore. Monster! The young man swung his arms and looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Not only was his body strong, but his strength was also extremely terrifying. This was the effect of eating the divine meat. Now, Qin Feiyang's body was much tougher and stronger than before. If the young man was a 7-star battle saint like Qin Feiyang, that punch would be enough to kill him. The young man shouted, "Show me your strength." That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Qin Feiyang took a step forward, the energy in his body surging. He felt unprecedentedly strong. The young man snorted coldly and charged forward without backing down. Rumble. Bang. Bang. The two of them madly collided in the void. Streams of destructive auras surged in all directions like surging tides. But, although the situation was intense, Lu Hong didn't give it a second glance. She buried her head and continued to take care of the garden. Because she had full confidence in Qin Feiyang. Although the young man's background was unknown and his cultivation was higher than Qin Feiyang's, she believed that as long as Qin Feiyang wanted to, he could kill this person at any time. He's so strong. In terms of physical strength, I'm no match for him at all. As the battle reached its climax, the young man became more and more alarmed. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. As for his two arms, the skin and flesh were already lacerated. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang. Although he was also injured, he was much better than the young man. He was like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus that didn't know fatigue and pain. The more he fought, the braver and fiercer he became. The young man was almost unable to withstand it. Rumble. Suddenly, taking advantage of the young man's confusion, Qin Feiyang seized the opportunity and slapped the young man's chest. Puff. The young man's blood splattered 3 feet. Like a meteorite, he smashed into a giant mountain in the distance. Rumble. That giant mountain collapsed on the spot, dust and smoke rising in all directions. Haha, Qin Feiyang, I've underestimated you in the past. If you think you can defeat me like this, you're gravely mistaken. Accompanied by wild laughter, the young man rushed out of the dust and smoke. His aura was like a rainbow. Above his head, there was a black moon floating in the air. The black moon was only the size of a palm, but it exuded a shocking aura. Come and try this move of mine. The young man grinned. The black moon trembled violently and suddenly swept toward Qin Feiyang with monstrous power. A perfect battle technique? Qin Feiyang muttered. Clang. 40 sword shadows appeared out of thin air. Are you kidding me? So many of them at once. Shouldn't you follow the routine and do it bit by bit? The young man, who was still proud of himself a moment ago, was so scared that his face turned pale. Who has the mood to play tricks with you? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the 40 sword shadows roared out in unison. Accompanied by a loud bang, the black moon instantly shattered. More than half of the sword shadows also collapsed, leaving only 6 sword shadows. However, these 6 sword shadows were enough to make the young man despair. This was because every sword shadow was equivalent to a perfect battle art. You can't play like this. The young man took to his heels and ran away in terror. However, the aura of the 6 sword shadows firmly locked onto him. No matter where he ran, the sword shadows would follow. Qin Feiyang's eyes surged with murderous intent. Although he had never seen this person before, only Lu Xingchen and Mu Qing knew that he was cultivating in the Black Dragon Pool. Therefore, he concluded that this person must be Lu Xingchen's lackey. He could not kill Lu Xingchen now. However, he would never show mercy to Lu Xingchen's lackeys, especially to this kind of arrogant person who came to cause trouble on his own accord. Haha, however, the young man suddenly laughed. Qin Feiyang frowned. How could he still laugh? The young man said without turning his head, a friendly reminder. Be careful of your surroundings. My surroundings? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Immediately, his pupils suddenly shrank. 4 black moons suddenly appeared in the void around him without any warning, as if they had appeared out of thin air. Moreover, these black moons were exactly the same in size and aura as the black moon that was shattered by the sword shadows. Boom! As soon as the 4 black moons appeared, they blasted Qin Feiyang's body. The terrifying lethality caused him fatal injuries in an instant. Not only was his body badly mutilated, but one of his arms was also shattered. Dragon blood poured down like a waterfall, soaking the sky. How is this possible? Hearing the commotion, Lu Hong looked up suspiciously and her face was full of disbelief. Qin Feiyang was injured. Clang. At the same time, the young man waved his hand and several more black moons appeared, crushing the 6 sword shadows. Then, he crossed his arms and looked at Qin Feiyang proudly. How did you do it? Qin Feiyang took a healing pill and looked at the young man gloomily. My battle technique is called Phantom Moon. The black moon you saw at the beginning was just an illusion. The real black moon is hidden in the void. Moreover, Phantom Moon is similar to your Guiyuan sword technique. The number of black moons summoned will increase according to the cultivation level. Now, I can summon 40 black moons. After the young man finished speaking, his body shook. Boom! At that moment, black moons the size of a palm constantly swept out from behind the young man and floated above his head. Every black moon exuded an astonishing, ferocious aura. Qin Feiyang glanced at the black moons and his face turned solemn. He did not expect this person to have mastered such a terrifying battle technique. Watch carefully. The real Phantom Moon will begin now. The young man grinned and waved his hand. The black moons floating above his head disappeared from Qin Feiyang's sight in an instant. Even their auras disappeared. I don't believe that they will really disappear. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes wide and scanned the void, not letting go of any place. However, he could not see anything in the void. They really disappeared. Boom. Immediately after, a strong sense of crisis swept over him. Behind him, 2 black moons appeared out of thin air and blasted his back like lightning. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered forward. Before he could react, 2 more black moons appeared in front of him and blasted his chest. Next. Left, right, below, above. Black moons continued to appear and blasted his body. They were like ghosts hiding in the void. It was impossible to capture their traces and it was impossible to guard against them. The intense pain made Qin Feiyang's face contort. He felt that his body was about to be torn apart. However, he was helpless. How is it? Is my illusionary moon worthy of your attention? The young man was even more proud. Qin Feiyang could not even take care of himself. How would he have the mood to care about him? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Boom! A monstrous battle intent roared out from his body. His eyes and long hair suddenly turned blood red. Battle formula. Once the battle formula was activated, the intense pain immediately disappeared. Because the battle formula could make him forget pain. Moreover, it could make him have an extremely strong defense. It could also reduce half of the lethality, which was equivalent to ignoring these injuries. In short, once the battle formula was activated, he would be immortal among those of the same level. Unless the other party also mastered the divine art. Although the young man's cultivation was higher than him by a small level, don't forget that his body had also fused with the fire of life. Therefore, these black moons could no longer cause any actual damage to him. Next, Qin Feiyang allowed those black moons to continuously bombard his body. He raised his head to look at the young man and said indifferently, "It's only SOSO. Amazing." The young man looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. That gaze was as if he was looking at a monster. "Now it's my turn." Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands. A mighty dragon aura immediately surged out. "What are you doing? Don't tell me you're going to use the divine dragon technique. Let me tell you, that's shameless." The young man's eyes widened and hurriedly exclaimed. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to him. The purple-gold dragon aura rolled out. A divine seal the size of a palm suddenly appeared between his hands, and a terrifying divine power instantly swept through the sky. Divine dragon seal. It's really the divine dragon formula. The young man panicked and hurriedly waved his hand. "This is a misunderstanding. Listen to my explanation. Go to hell and explain to the king of hell." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and suddenly waved his hands. The divine dragon seal broke through the air and instantly expanded to hundreds of feet. It was like a towering mountain, crashing toward the young man. This is going to be big. The young man was secretly annoyed. If he had known that this guy's temper was so bad, he would not have provoked him even if he was beaten to death. There's no other way, I can only use my true ability. Seeing that Qin Feiyang had no intention of stopping, the young man gritted his teeth, placed his hands in front of his chest, and quickly formed a seal. Waves of flaming battle chi surged wildly. Boom! The next moment, between his hands, a palm-sized square seal was condensed. As soon as the square seal appeared, a shocking divine might surged out in all directions like a tide. Divine might. It's actually a divine art. Chapter 1199. The square seal that the young man condensed was extremely similar to the divine dragon seal. The only difference was that the divine dragon seal was purplish gold in color with a purplish gold divine dragon at the bottom. The square seal was scarlet in color and was shrouded in flames with a fire phoenix at the bottom. First stance of the fire phoenix art, fire phoenix seal. The young man hollered. The square seal expanded with the wind as well and instantly grew to a few thousand feet, charging towards the divine dragon seal with rumbling divine might. Boom! The two divine seals collided. An apocalyptic aura swept through the skies. The wind howled and the voids distorted. At the same time, snap! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the fire phoenix seal shattered. The young man's body shuddered and blood gushed out of his mouth. Although the divine dragon seal showed signs of shattering as well, its divine might was still present and it continued to charge towards the young man. It was clear that, although the fire phoenix seal was also a divine technique, it was still inferior to the divine dragon seal. Indeed, the fire phoenix art can't compare to the divine dragon art. However, I can't admit defeat just like that. Second stance, phoenix cry. The young man's gaze darkened and with a roar, his battle chi rumbled. Screech! In an instant, a fire phoenix streaked through the skies. The fire phoenix spread its wings and roared into the skies, sending an invisible sound wave towards the divine dragon seal. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. The second stance of the young man, phoenix cry, was identical to the second stance of the divine dragon art as well. How could there be such similar divine techniques in this world? Was it a coincidence? Snap! Against the impact of the sound wave, the divine dragon seal finally shattered, turning into a rain of light that scattered through the skies. Hee hee, Qin Feiyang, how about we make a bet? If you win, I'll be your follower. If I win, you'll be my follower. The young man provoked. Qin Feiyang did not reply. With a wave of his hand, purplish gold dragon chi surged and a purplish gold divine dragon appeared with a mighty dragon might. Roar. The divine dragon coiled in the skies and let out a loud dragon roar that reverberated through the skies. Immediately, a sound wave roared out and collided with the sound wave emitted by the fire phoenix. Poof! The young man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body staggered backward. The fiery phoenix above his head shattered on the spot. I'm not interested in you, but I am very interested in your deity incantation. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. The sound waves roared, instantly drowning the young man. Ah! The young man immediately howled miserably. It was as if countless sharp blades were cutting into his body, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. Looks like I still underestimated the divine dragon technique. The young man panicked and shouted, "Stop! I surrender." Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear and asked, "Who are you? What are you here for?" The young man said, "I'm here to become sworn brothers with you." Become sworn brothers? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly, "Even now, you still dare to fool me. You really don't know the difference between life and death." The young man said anxiously, "I'm not messing with you. I'm really here to become sworn brothers with you. Put away these sound waves and listen to my explanation." Qin Feiyang was indifferent. "If you don't stop, I'm going to die. If I die, it will only be your loss." The young man was burning with anxiety and annoyance at the same time. Why did he come here to play with fire? Qin Feiyang stared at the young man and suddenly waved his hand. The sound waves that trapped the young man instantly dissipated into nothingness. The young man hurriedly took out a healing pill and swallowed it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. The healing pill that the young man took out actually had 6 pill veins. Swish! He took a step in front of the young man and stretched out his hand. Seeing this, the young man's expression changed. Like a frightened rabbit, he retreated dozens of feet away and waved his hand. "It's really a misunderstanding. I came with good intentions. I really didn't see your good intentions." Qin Feiyang's gaze was aggressive. The young man sighed helplessly and said, "Let me put it this way. I'm here to cooperate with you. You really are one of Lu Xingchen's people." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. "One of Lu Xingchen's people?" The young man was stunned and puzzled. "What do I have to do with him? Let me tell you, I don't like him at all." Qin Feiyang was surprised. How could he be so arrogant? He said, "Do you know who Lu Xingchen is?" "Of course I do. Isn't he just Mu Qianyang's doppelganger?" The young man said. Qin Feiyang frowned. He even knew this. What was the background of this person? "Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Lu Zheng. I'm from a mysterious force." Lu Zheng said with a smile. "Surnamed Lu?" Qin Feiyang was surprised and asked, "Which mysterious force?" "It's not convenient to say. In short, the force behind me is very strong. Even you can't afford to offend it. So in the future, you'd better be polite to me." Lu Zheng said proudly. "Surnamed Lu? Is he from Grandpa's family?" Qin Feiyang muttered. Lu Zheng walked up to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "What do you think of my proposal?" "What proposal?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Zheng said with a smile, "Become sworn brothers. I'm definitely older than you. In the future, you'll be my brother. Get lost." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Lu Zheng said with a smile, "Don't be so unreasonable. We're all young people. Let go. You can go." Qin Feiyang said and turned to land on the top of the mountain. At first, he suspected that Lu Zheng might be from Grandpa's family. But this person obviously didn't want to talk about his identity, so he couldn't be sure. "Oh, don't be like this." Lu Zheng shamelessly followed and said, "Look, we're both people with divine arts, and we're all monstrous talents. You won't lose out if we become sworn brothers, right?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said without looking back, "You can be more narcissistic." "Is this narcissism?" "It's obviously the truth." As Lu Zheng said, He rushed in front of Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "If you really don't want to become sworn brothers, then let's be friend." Not interested. Qin Feiyang went to the edge of the cliff, sat cross-legged on the ground, and continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. This person's background was unknown, and his strength was unfathomable. His behavior was also strange. It was best to stay away from him. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was stubborn, Lu Zheng was annoyed. If it weren't for his second grandpa's repeated instructions, he wouldn't have bothered to show his warm face to the cold. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and ran to Lu Hong's side. He smiled and said, "Miss, do you need any help?" "No." Lu Hong answered coldly, then lowered her head and got busy. "You have personality. I like it." Lu Zheng rubbed his chin and looked at Lu Hong's back, his eyes full of playfulness. "Miss, do you have a boyfriend? If you don't, do you think I can do it? I'm a very honest person. Usually, I blush when I see women. So, you definitely have a sense of security when we're together." Lu Zheng pestered her shamelessly. "Aren't you annoying?" Lu Hong raised her eyebrows. Look. After being with Qin Feiyang for so long, even your personality has become as cold as his. This is not good. Women are born gentle and cute. That's what makes them likable." Lu Zheng chuckled. "Shameless, hooligan." Lu Hong glared at him, then turned and walked to the other side. Lu Zheng hurriedly followed with a solicitous look. Seeing that Lu Zheng was harassing Lu Hong again, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Leave immediately." "What? You even want to interfere with my pursuit of love? Moreover, Lu Hong isn't your servant girl. What right do you have to care so much?" Lu Zheng raised his head and looked at him with dissatisfaction. "What do you want to do?" Lu Hong glared at him angrily. Lu Zheng smiled and said, "Isn't it obvious? I fell in love with you at first sight, so I want to stay and pursue you until you agree." Lu Hong's pretty face couldn't help but blush, but the look in her eyes became fiercer. "Don't worry, I'm definitely not saying that I like you to get close to Qin Feiyang. I really like you. Listen, my heart is pounding." As Lu Zheng spoke, he really put his chest in front of Lu Hong. Lu Hong was about to go crazy. Qin Feiyang said, "Ignore him." Lu Hong took a deep breath, nodded to Qin Feiyang, and continued to busy herself. Lu Zheng continued to pester her. Qin Feiyang also looked at Lu Zheng silently. He wanted to see what this person wanted to do next. Lu Zheng didn't leave. He kept circling Lu Hong. It seemed that he really liked Lu Hong. But Lu Hong always looked at him coldly. She only felt annoyed. Time passed like this, day by day. Half a month later. Boom. A powerful saintly aura suddenly erupted on the mountain peak. Lu Hong and Lu Zheng sat opposite each other at the coffee table beside the small wooden house. When they heard movement, they immediately turned to look at Qin Feiyang. They saw that Qin Feiyang's cultivation had already stepped into the 8-star Battle Saint realm. Lu Zheng retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Hong. He asked, "When did he break through to the 7-star Battle Saint realm?" Lu Hong glanced at him indifferently and said, "Half a month ago." "Half a month ago? Isn't that when I came here?" "Damn, breaking through a small realm in half a month. What kind of monster is this guy?" Lu Zheng looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. "Don't speak ill of him." Lu Hong said angrily. "Hehe, it seems that you care about him a lot. But he doesn't seem to be interested in you. You should consider me. Look at me, in terms of talent, I'm not much worse than him. In terms of handsomeness, I can completely crush him. Why aren't you moved at all?" Lu Zheng looked at her with a puzzled expression. Lu Hong rolled her eyes. After spending half a month with him, she realized that other than being a little narcissistic and arrogant, this person did not have any ill intentions. So her attitude was not as cold as before. However, she did not dare to let her guard down. After all, one could not judge a book by its cover. At the same time, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, withdrew his saintly aura, and turned to look at Lu Zheng. "Hi." Lu Zheng waved his hand in greeting. Qin Feiyang ignored him directly. He had already gotten used to this person's shamelessness these days. He retracted his gaze and scanned the mountains below. There was a faint trace of excitement in his eyes. He had finally become an 8-star battle saint. He could take the 9-turn dragon blood pill now. As long as he took the 9-turn dragon blood pill, his cultivation would instantly break through a small realm and become a 9-star battle saint. He would only be one step away from becoming a battle emperor. Once his cultivation broke through to the battle emperor level, he would be able to do many things, such as the 6-word divine formula and the alchemy scripture. The return formula, battle formula, and kill formula each had a heaven-defying power. The 4th divine formula would definitely not be weak either. In other words, he would have another trump card in his hands at that time.